those two cars, and there they go again. Like clockwork, they exit the pit lane absolutely together. I mean, I was mentioning last night, just as the sun was rising, how iRacing special events have changed and how it's suddenly feasible that you might be able to do a 24-hour race without a single mistake. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but these two cars at the moment are on their way to completing something pretty extraordinary here, doing exactly that, just a whole 24 hours without really putting a foot wrong at all. It's been absolutely incredible, really.
Yeah, helped by the weather. Last year's Spa 24 had some very, very heavy rain. It's basically just overcast, 0% chance of rain the whole way through. So what that means is not particularly cold overnight, not particularly hot during the day, very close to 24 hours of relatively static conditions. So I think that helps. I don't think you'd be able to do this, or this would be the good strategy, if we'd had a dumping of rain at midnight.
I think you're probably right. Any final thoughts, David, before we let you go with about 4 hours to go here? Thanks for the overtime, by the way, in this race. But is there any final comments before we let you go with about 4 hours to go?
Chick Hicks was a fair and genuine Piston Cup champion that was overshadowed by the twisted morality and fan service of Lightning McQueen.
Thanks for that. That's relevant to someone who's seen that film, I guess. But thank you very much. That's David Haynes, who was, as I say, saved us on at least 2 occasions this evening with a little bit of overtime. So a big thanks to him, and of course all the commentators who've come before me here in this broadcast. There's been a lot behind this 24-hour race, as there so often is. But taking you through the next 2 hours of the race, it is myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Nathan Richards going to be joining me for 120 minutes or so, bringing us to about midday in this Spa 24. Nathan, good afternoon, or good morning, I should say. We're just approaching midday or so in the Falken Tyre iRacing Spa 24 hours in 2025, and the story is that Team Redline have put on what is one of the most dominant performances we've ever seen in a 24-hour race. It's been pretty extraordinary, really. Just 6 cars left on the lead lap, never mind anything else. They're a minute and 11 now ahead of the closest car, the 001, which at times, by the way, about 12 hours ago, was only 15 seconds behind at this stage in the strategy. It has been a scene of absolute dominance from those two Team Redlines, and this car's just getting further and further away from that race lead.
Indeed, and good morning, Ewan. Good morning, everybody here in the chat. So great to be here for the next couple of hours for the 24 hours of Spa. And I mean, I don't think I expected them to dominate this much, but I think at the start of the race, I think I kind of said Redline would get a 1-2. I don't think it's much of a surprise. I think their lineups are just insane. They always have been for the past couple of years. But this is just another level, isn't it? A minute and 10 seconds ahead of third is insane, considering there's, you know, not the biggest difference when it comes to their I-rating. They're just, I suppose they've got everything right, haven't they? They've got the pace, consistency, setup, strategy, everything's working well for them. And now they can just relax, and they haven't got to push like everybody else behind has, because there's only, yeah, again, about 10 seconds between the 001 and the 069 of Rubila. So they've all got to push to try and get third to fifth here.
Just a few updates, by the way, on some of those who have fallen by the wayside while chasing Redline overnight. The 169 car very nearly lost touch completely. That's Arte Carpenter now driving it. Had a very big moment while Alexander Spetz was driving it about halfway through this race. They survived, and they are in the conversation for a podium right now, our Drago Racing. Number 22 ended hopes that Redline could lock out the podium this year Gianni Vecchio is now driving that car. They're 11th though. They lost a lap in a technical problem for Enzo Benito. He disconnected from the server with about 10 hours to go and lost them a lap. Ruben Bonga spun the Marla Racing Team car on pit exit just 4 pit stop cycles ago. That has put them down to 9th, although didn't damage them too badly. And Julian Sonnen did the same for Coanda 1018 rather. He's still driving that car, or has he got back in again? Not sure actually, because it was 3 hours ago, but he's in pit lane right now actually, as it were, and just having a little bit of a longer stop. Wonder whether we can get a bit of vision as to if he's had a longer stop because of damage, or that's damage from before that is just carried over in the last couple of moments. Good morning though to everybody tuning in this morning and coming back to the race around lunchtime. Tony Vercetti bringing up a very good point that those two red lines are going to sort this race win out between themselves at some point. It's a case of when it's going to be, and they're going to hope to not take each other out. I mean, that's going to be a huge story if they do that, and I can't see that, to be honest, that whoever's going to be finishing the respective cars are going to be fantastic drivers in terms of car placement and battling with teammates and so on, but it's going to be quite spectacular when that does actually come to a head. We'll get back to that in a second as we watch Zenith Esports through the bus stop chicane. A very rare spin on power out of the final corner. You don't normally see that in GT3.
No, I think that's just a bit of an over push, isn't it, there, Ewan?
That was a bit of a dubious re-entry to the circuit as well, I've got to say, out of the final turn.
Indeed. But, yeah, I mean, last year it was the 20 and 21 who won, wasn't it? Comfortably as well. It was Diogo Pinto and Josh Thompson who crossed the line. At the moment, they're just the other way around. So I wonder if they're going to go for the status quo and switch at the end and have the 20 take the win ahead of the 21, or if they'll let them race. I mean, I can't see them getting into some sort of incident. I mean, if they did, I think it would be a very awkward briefing after the race. And yes, I wouldn't like to be part of that voice call.
No, just to give you a bit of backstory on that last year's race, by the way, it did rain for the first time in this event's history actually last year, and that's what created the situation that we eventually got. It was BMWs for the most part, but Mustangs as well were strong last year. Don't have so many of those this year. In fact, I don't think there are any left in the race at the moment. As you say though, it was number 20 ahead of number 21. And not Marla Racing Team, BS Competition under the same umbrella, but only 23.8 seconds behind. That's the big difference, I think, this year, is that, yes, Redline are 1 and 2 again, and it's easy to look at that and think, well, it's just the same. But two things are different, really. These two have been nose to tail all race so far. That's the first thing. But second of all, no team is really anywhere near them. BS Competition even not able to stay with them at this stage.
No, it's something different, isn't it, this here for the two team red lines, because, you know, they're now 1 minute and 9 ahead of the number 1. As I think there must have been a bit of a mistake maybe for the 169, because they dropped back a little bit now from the 001 of gridandgo.com. So not sure what's happened there for the 169, but I'm sure we'll find out soon and see what happened there. But here we do have the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Ollie Steinbratten here in the number 50. They're running in 7th at the moment, the first of those that have been lapped in this race as they just head through the final couple of corners and look to go again on another lap. But of course, they've got a decent gap ahead of the number 10, so they can just yet again just try and get to the end here and just be consistent, because I think they're also around 1 minute ahead of the number 10.
And this is really helping them try and focus their eyes forward, actually. It's going to be a Ferrari HP Esports team. As David was just discussing about a quarter of an hour ago or so, it's going to be interesting to see when they start to knock some laps off their fuel load here. They did 41 seconds in the last pit stop with 5 hours to go. But what are they going to do this time, I wonder? Because they don't need to run this long anymore. They've come to be getting past the hour. They know they're going to make it. They've done the fuel saving required. to do this race on 23 stops. There is just a little bit that was required to be done, and that was done by pretty much all the teams at the start of the race. But 001 and number 50 did a little bit more than the rest, actually. Same for, no, they are the only two, excuse me, who did a little bit more than the rest. So, it'll be interesting to see when they start to change things here. But they are focusing their eyes forward. I wonder if they can get past number 08 at some point. They're not going to in this stint, because their stint is going to come to an end very soon. And also there's 3 cars in between them. Now 2 cars as Coanda's teammates very graciously get out of the way there. That was Julian Sonnen in 20th place.
Indeed, and I'm sure the number 8 was the one that started on pole with Tristan Iglesias as well, and now they're over 2 minutes behind Redline, and of course it could be under some pressure soon from that Ferrari team, because they are, as you said, very close together, around 2 seconds separating P6 and P7. So it also won't be long until the number 8 will get lapped, and there'll only be 5 cars on the leading lap here, which of course is the 2 leaders, the 21 and the 20, the 001, the 169 and the 69. So very, very impressive indeed here as we follow through into the final corner once again with the number 50. Of course, just trying not to disrupt the 2 cars ahead, because that would not end well for the Ferrari either. I don't think they'd be very liked by the community.
No. As the sun just begins to poke through this afternoon. This is Matteo Vittorino. Not far behind Ruben Bonga for 8th place. And these battles are starting to get serious now at this stage in the race. We didn't really comment on them too much in the middle of the night because, well, there wasn't really too much to comment on. They were working together for the most part. But all of a sudden it starts to matter more. Again, a good morning to everyone tuning in. Thomas Fleming says, how have Redline got a minute's worth of a lead? Well, if you were tuned in yesterday evening and you're waking up this morning wondering what's happened, it's not been a single incident really. It's just been relentless speed from Redline, especially overnight. Here at this time in the day, they have got teams who are roughly as quick as them. For example, Tristan Iglesias was able to stay with them in terms of speed that time round. So was Oliver Steinbrenner, although he's in their slipstream. Martin Kadlecik was quicker than them, actually. He was the quickest driver of anyone last time round. But the story overnight was that they were just a tenth or 2 quicker than the rest, and that's how they got the best laps of the day. They're 2 of the only 3 drivers and teams, in fact, their cars are the only 3 teams, I should rephrase, to get into the 2-minute 14s during that night stint. That says it all, really. 14.9s on those couple of occasions. It's got them a very, very big lead. It was just a relentless bit of speed. About a tenth a lap over the course of 8 hours overnight. That will get you a minute's lead easily.
Yeah, certainly. And it's about that consistency. And they've done a brilliant job. I mean, I think it also goes into account that their lineup, no matter who they have in the car, is always going to be a top-notch driver. Sometimes some of the other teams further back kind of, I suppose, they have a bit of a, sometimes more of a loose end, someone who isn't at that peak pace, who will jump in, do some laps, could lose them a bit of time, and then of course that can counter in, and some of the drivers there might go in with a little bit less confidence, and so on and so on, and of course that can affect you a lot over a 24-hour race. And of course, with just under 4 hours to go, there's nothing that anybody third and below can do to challenge Redline. So you've got to kind of erase that from your mind completely, unless the 2 Redlines make a big mistake and end up in the barriers. But the chances of that happening, I really can't see that happening at all. But it would be a twist, that is for sure. So those third down to 5th, they can worry about that podium battle, because that can easily close up in 4 hours. 10 seconds isn't really that much. And then of course, as you say, we've got Ferrari, who were battling with the number 8, but they have just headed into the pit lane along with the number 97 and the number 98.
And it should be said as well that, you know, that they're continuing a remarkable record for that BMW M4 GT3 at the iRacing Spa 24 Hours. This year sponsored by Falken Tyre. Won in 2021 in their very first race, the BMW's very first race in the Spa 24, I believe it was anyway. Team Redline were the drivers of the winning car that year. Vieira's Coanda Simsport returned and responded the year after with a Porsche victory. while BMW was forced to settle with a top 5, but since then it's been 2 years in a row and they're looking to make it 3. 2023 went to Team BMW Bank, run by BS Competition, winning by 23 seconds in 2023, and then last year just 13.9 seconds for Team Redline. And Diogo Pinto especially, who does a special shout out for last year's race victory, because you may remember, you may not remember, 12 months ago that Florian Lepigra had some internet problems in the latter end of last year's race. Chris Ludham had a minor injury towards the end, and Max Verstappen was racing a Formula 1 Grand Prix. Can't remember which one it was, but he was busy. And so Pinto did 8 or 9 hours of that race in a 4-driver team, which is not a particularly ideal way to split your strategy. All 4 drivers did do the minimum drive time pretty comfortably, but not comfortable, especially towards the end of the race when you're already tired, to be forced into doing a longer stint, because all 3 of your teammates, and that's quite unlucky for him, all 3 of his teammates fell by the wayside for one reason or another in that race.
I mean, that's commitment, isn't it? 8 to 9 hours. I mean, I think you've got no choice at that point, but it's a fact that you can still cross that line in such a good position after driving for 9 hours. I mean, I've done a few of the 24 hours myself. I did the Daytona one this year, and I got 2 hours in, and as soon as my stint was over, I was like, oh, phew, I can relax, because it is tiring. You know, there's so many things you've got to focus on at one point. I mean, of course, that race is multi-class, and you've got to focus on GT3s and P2s, but you've always got to focus on lapped cars, you've got to focus on your lap times, gaps ahead and behind. It's not just the fact that you get in the car and drive. There's a lot more to it. So to drive for 9 hours, when you've probably been up most of the 24 and still win is insane. That is brilliant. But luckily, this year, Redline have, I believe, all their 4 drivers intact for the final 4 hours in case.
Yeah, that's quite close, isn't it? Bonga and one of the Drago cars. Which one is that at the moment? I think it's Rubelat, Nicholas Rubelat in the 069 as Jan Koch comes into pit lane after another 26 lap stint. Unsurprising that another 26 lap passes and another stint comes to a close. And there he is actually on pit lane. Oliver Steinbrenner and Ruben Bonga will take those places. Thank you very much. Oh, excuse me, they'll just unlap themselves. Rubelat will take a place though. Tristan Iglesias will as well. But Bonga's got a decision to make here. Does he keep that human shield of Nicholas Rubelat right in behind him, or does he let him go to get him out of the rearview mirror? No, he doesn't let him go. So Bonga wants to keep Rubelat there, and you can understand why. With Mathieu Vitorino closing, he doesn't really want the Ferrari to leave that place and allow him to come under attack from that PGZ Porsche.
No, certainly not, because that starts to make things rather interesting and forcing people into battles that quite are unnecessary at the moment and don't need to happen. Give it time, they will. But for now, they just need to continue on with 4 hours to go. And we can see that the Ferrari team now are around 4 seconds behind. Sorry, that'll be Marla Racing, 4 seconds behind Ferrari. And then the PGZ 114 is only around a second behind Marla Racing 2, with the number 22 Redline also quite close. So we have a nice little battle there, P7 down to P10 here in this race. And of course, watching as Ruben Bonga looks to try and close down on the Ferrari team ahead. And then of course behind will be, well, somewhere behind will be the 114 looking to close in and make a move.
Yeah, it's pretty congested part of the field actually, so will be good to watch for the last 4 hours or so of this race for sure. And again, Bonga actually closing into another lap car. Looks like a Manici Ferrari just up in front of him here. I think that might be the last running car in the race actually. Number 79, Davide Lanzini, 8 laps down now on the race lead, but still going. And remarkably, by the way, I've had 4 hours away from the broadcast booth, but no retirements in that period of time either. Effect Simulations is still the latest car to 4 by the wayside. That is approaching 9 hours ago. A great record for everybody. But, you know, to be fair, at this stage in the race, if you have an incident, you are more likely, and a bit of damage, you are more likely to carry on, to be honest, because you've got so far. You might as well continue on to the finish as it gets congested on the Kemmel Straight here. Ruben Bonga is going to get through here by the looks of it. Vitorino is flashing his lights, but he's only going to see more lap traffic in front of him and between him and Ruben Bonga.
Indeed, as they're making their way through Les Combes. I believe my mic has had a bit of a change because apparently I was super deep, but it should be back to my normal voice now. I had to just re-plug into my interface, so my mic should sound a lot more realistic. But as we continue on here through this middle sector, the gaps are closing nice and quickly as we follow Ruben Bonga and those behind in towards Piron Corner now. And that gap is still around a second here between the number 10 and the 114 as they all file through, but it definitely won't be long until those guys get nose to tail here in this race. And I mean, it's great that we have battles like this when we're in a 24-hour race. Normally things start to, you know, degrade quite quickly, gaps start to form, but here, even, you know, those that are 3 or 4 laps behind are in battle. So it's great to see so many cars here still fighting for position, even though they know they're not going to finish that high up in this race.
No. It is great for us to watch, though. These are the closest battles on the circuit as things stand. Alejandro Avin Ruiz Sanchez is closing into Lucas Perez, but that's 2 Simify cars battling away for 12th place. That's not going to be much of a battle. There's another flash of the lights from Vitorino and another unsuccessful attempt to get past that Ferrari into the bus stop chicane. Looks like is that the Grid and Go 001 car in the background as well? Maybe. Jarno Kok, who's just fresh out the pit lane. Maybe it isn't, but certainly a similar livery. Vitorino is absolutely flashing his lights at the Ferrari just up in front here to try and get out the way, but obviously he's got an absolute right to be there. Blue flags in sports car racing are thankfully not the same in Formula 1. They can stay there, and pretty much it's on the car behind to try and overtake legitimately. And Nicholas Rubelar might do that just now. Or is he going to use Ruben Bonga? He is going to use him. He knows that he's got decent pace, and now he's going to use him on the Kemmel Straight. Will he? Just looks to the right, doesn't go for it. Meanwhile, Vitorino does, and he gets now just 1 car between himself and that 8th place.
Indeed, and the Silk closing up further behind as well. And yes, Rubelar seems, I think, not too happy that the Marla Racing car's ahead, but at least they're not slow. At least it's not that they're losing too much time with that number 10 being ahead. But of course, for the Marla Racing team, they can't be affording to pulling over to the left or right and letting people through, because they've got a battle on their hands, which is also very close and only around a second back. So they can't afford to be just letting cars through. They've got to have that car behind making its way through, preferably into one of the more heavier braking zones, such as maybe turn 1 or the Les Combes chicane, or even the final corner, somewhere where you haven't got to lift, somewhere where you're just on the brakes heavy anyway, as they just head their way through the end of this middle sector into the double right-handers. And yeah, so far so good between these two, but sometimes when you have a lapped car and an unlapping car, things don't tend to end too well when there's a bit of mixed communication between the two vehicles. But yeah, so far they're making it work quite nicely. And then of course further back we have got the 114 that is also looking to close in on this battle. That gap now just over 1.2 seconds, so has gone up slightly, but of course the lapped car's in the equation there as well.
And again, interesting to see the different lines between the manufacturers down there at the bus stop chicane. You see the BMW rather monstering the curves on the inside line of the bus stop chicane there. The Ferrari skirting around them as to not upset the lower slung Italian machine. Now out of the Lassource corner and down towards the Eau Rouge and Raidillon section again, the most famous corners in all of motorsport. Spits him out onto the Kemmel Straight before Rubelar's got another choice to make. Is he going to be more bump drafting or finally a pass? Does he believe he can go quicker than Bonga or not? Well, maybe he does, but he's not actioning it at the moment. He's not going past. And it's got to be annoying for Vitorino. but Rubelar sees this as the quickest way round. Last time round, Rubelar did a 16.3. I'm not sure I would agree with him that it's the best way round, because he was nearly the slowest car inside the top 4, but anyway, he still believes this is the best way to go.
Indeed, I mean, the 1.6 time was only around a tenth quicker, but then the 2 red lines, at least the number 20 was around 4.5 tenths quicker. I mean, it doesn't really matter compared to the red line, but in the battle for third, it does matter when you're not the quickest car in that top 4 and top 5. So interesting tactics here for Nicholas Rubelar, and not making that move ahead of the Marla Racing team. But also I've noticed that the number 10, the Marla Racing, has also gained in on the Ferrari by around 1 second to make the gap only 3 seconds to Olestein Bratton. So give it another 15 laps possibly, we could have a battle start to brew between the 50 and the 10 once again. Of course, last time I think it was the number 10 who was ahead and the 50 was a little bit behind. Obviously pit stops have happened, now it's the other way around, and it's time for the number 10 to start to close in and make moves. And luckily hasn't got to worry too much about the unlapping car behind, because they're not actually looking to make a move. But here is Gianni Vecchio in the number 22 Redline in P10 at the moment. They're around 6 seconds back off the battle we were just viewing, so give it time, we could have the 22 enter the battle here for P7 and below. But of course, with a 5.5 second gap, they've got to be ultra consistent here.
And look at this, Gianni Vecchio is joining the fun as well in the number 22 car after their disconnection about 7 hours ago. They are rebuilding the pieces here, and they're getting back into the top 10, knocking on the door maybe the top 5 as well, though that's going to be difficult to get. 7th place may be their limit in this race, but Gianni Vecchio is closing. As you can see on the last pit stop lap, he maybe has a bit of fuel saving to do, because he was not able to go quite as far as the others last time round by a couple of laps or so. Probably needs to fuel save, but he's not going to be able to do that this stint with him driving on his own. That's going to be a concern to Vittorino as well. Not only the fact he can't get near Bonga right now, but the fact that he is being caught by Vecchio, as you can see on those last 3 laps, by about 1/4 second a lap.
Indeed, with that gap coming down quite nicely, 5.5 seconds now. When we was talking, it was, I think, 6. It's shooting down here between the 114 and the 22, so that could easily be a battle in a few laps' time. Of course, pitted on lap 518, so I don't think that was that many laps ago either. So, still a long way to go in this stint here for the number 22 Gianni. And then, of course, Vittorino pitted on lap 521, so 3 laps later than the number 22. So I don't think that makes that much of a difference here at the moment in lap time, in pit stop laps. But of course, we'll have to see if the 22 can catch up. And then, of course, yet again, we have a battle further behind actually between the 2. Well, it's not really a battle, but the 2 Signify Esports cars, the 3 and 9. Doing a red line, but instead for P12 and 13 as here we have the Williams Sim Racing Academy number 8 exiting the pit lane. Oh, we'll get a bit too heavy on the throttle, Ewan, and well, that's into the barriers.
There are those bumps again. We saw them last night, we've seen them a couple of times this morning actually as well. And the Williams Sim Racing Academy car heads into the barrier head first. Now then, how much damage has that actually done to their car is the next question. Not entirely sure at the moment. Was that last night? Yesterday, was it? Because I don't know about you, I don't see a Williams Sim Racing car still in the race, and I haven't done for nearly 500 laps. So,
no.
And you'll notice we're only on lap 521. So we're hearing from Philip Stan, my producer, they wanted to restart, come back again, and they crashed straight away. So they tried to come back out onto the circuit, and they've just gone head first straight into the barriers, back into pit lane again.
That is, yes, that was not an ideal scenario. I mean, when I make a mistake out of there, it's all because I put my foot down too quick and I end up sliding off. But no, that was off a bump there. Unfortunate for the number 8 who departed many laps ago. Yes, hopefully none of our leaders end up doing that, because that would not bode well with our 2 team red lines, or also our 2 Drago Racings. who currently sit P3 and P4, as I believe we had a pit stop earlier on for the number 1, which is why they've been promoted 2 more spots here. And then, of course, the number 8, Tristan Iglesias, still running in the top 5 there for Coanda Esports. I think it's been a disappointing race for the number 8, considering they started on pole position. They, at least for the first couple of hours, have had a very good lead, or at least second place. And then, of course, as the race has gone on, things have happened here and there, and they've just slowly dropped back more and more, and now sit in P5. Certainly under pressure, I think, from the gridandgo.com car. Is only 15 seconds back, and they've already made their latest pit stop.
A little bit off schedule with the rest. We've already spoken about the other battle, by the way, between the semi-fives, although it's not a fight. Nicholas Laubich is catching up to Luis Belicki, actually, in the battle for 14th. That's fiercely forward, catching Coanda Esports. So that's only a second apart. Julian Solent catching Nicholas last as well. Yannick Lafchan is not far away from Alex Cohen at the moment, so there is plenty going on up and down the field, away from this fight between Bongo and Vitorino, which is still stuck at a second apart. Vitorino, frustratingly, can't get on terms at the moment. I think he probably is quicker, but Bongo is now enjoying the slipstream of Nicolas Rubelar, the Chilean, who's sort of, towing him along, really, in that Ferrari 4th place at the moment. They're a lap apart, but good speed, obviously, for Rubelar, and it's helping Bongo.
Indeed, and there we can see, of course, Mathieu Vitorino in the 114 has no longer got a lapped car or unlapping car there, and of course Rubelar's made that move. So now the number 10 and the number 114 are together here on track, and they could start to have their little battle that we've been waiting for around 20 minutes time here. So we'll have to see what goes on here in the battle for 8th place. Of course, they're both in the process of catching up to the number 50, but also in the process of losing time to the number 22. So still lots to be untold here between 50, 10, 114 and 22. But of course, with 3.5 hours to go, I'm sure we'll have to get an end to that soon, but it'll be in around 3 hours time, and we'll get to see who actually comes out in the upper hand here in this battle. As here we have the battle for 50, the number 14, Nicholas Laubich, in 15th place in the fiercely forward yellow car. He's looking to close in on the back of Coanda Esports 81 here, Ewan.
Yes, and he's doing a good job of it as well. Relatively newly a fiercely forward driver, just over 6 months spent there. Been on the fringes of the top 10 in the Sebring 12 hours and the Daytona 24 hours this year. Top 10 came at Sebring, 12th at Daytona, and spent 2024 as part of the Drago Esports squad after leaving Urano, after that team folded at the end of 2023. He was one of their talisman, really, the Urano Esports team, but sadly that team became no more. Spent a year at Drago Esports. Now he's spent 6 months or so at Fiercely Forward, and where he's just not quite enjoyed the same successes as he did at Urano just yet, but you can imagine it's going to be difficult for him to get used to a new team. He was there for over 3 years at Urano Esports, so any other team is going to be a big adjustment for him. And right now he is doing a good job of catching up to Coanda Esports, which is no mean feat, and Luis Belicki, who's currently in 14th place.
Indeed, only 7/10 back from them at the moment. We can see both of them in our pictures here as we head through, and we can see at the bottom 8/10 between the 81 and the 14. Lap time wise, it's quite close. I mean, in the last 3 laps, it's been a 10th behind for the 81, 6 thousandths ahead, and then just shy of a 10th behind. So very consistent pace here between these two, and that's going to give us a great battle here for P14 in this race. Of course, they're the first of the cars that are 2 laps behind our leader, as yes, they're 33 seconds back from the 2 Signify Esports cars, so they can focus heavily now on their little battle. They haven't really got to worry about losing time to those ahead and behind, because they're in a little bit of no man's land in terms of position.
And there's certainly some space around at the moment. Now then, Bilicki's probably not close enough this time round. Oh, sorry, Laubish not close enough this time round. But you see he's getting quicker. That last lap time was very strong, 16.0 in the BMW. He's certainly going to have the slipstream, and just watch that gap in the middle of your screen there come down and back again here to about half a second, a bit less maybe. Yeah, much less than half a second it's going to come down to. And that is good news for Nicholas Laubish, who in a few laps' time might be able to try and get past. But as you say, with such space around them, I wonder whether he's going to wait to try and actually make the pass and decide that now is not the right time and it's time to do it on strategy in 20 minutes or so, because he is 1 lap deeper into this stint, is Laubish, than Bilicki. That does give Coanda the slight upper hand when it comes to later on in the race. They might try and offset that, if at all possible, by sticking behind the Porsche, maybe saving a bit of fuel.
Indeed. I mean, I don't think they're going to go for silly battles and dive bombs, because, of course, in the position they're in, that you don't want to be losing your race even more to 14. So I presume it will just be a matter of making the move if there's a clear opportunity, or if you say, or as you said, Ewan, under strategy, which certainly, could be a way to get past. If you've got good engineers and a good team, strategy, it can reward you in so many ways here in a 24-hour race. And that gap now, 4.5 tenths of a second between the 14 and the 81. Of course, it is the 14 Nicholas Laubish who's he's closing in on the number 81 as they head their way through Blanchimont down towards the chicane, and well, a bit wide there by the 81. This could be an opportunity.
Down into the bus stop chicane, he's not close enough this time round. It would have been a lunge anyway. It's surely going to be at Lecombe. If you just end up making a move down there, you're only going to get passed again on the Kemmel Straight, I think. So he's got to wait here as Laubish, and he is going to. Down into La Source, this is where the exit's required, but the Porsche will have good traction. The engine hanging over those rear wheels, just helping out so much with that traction. But it's not going to help out enough, surely. It is going to be pedestrian in terms of straight line speed comparison to the BMW as it now works its way over the top of the hill. Quarter of a second or so. Is Laubish going to do it here? He's not actually as close as I thought he was going to be. It would be pretty late, but Bilicki sees the danger. Just a little bit of a different racing line there. It's going to be late for Laubish if he does it, and no, I think that was quite telling. Lifted off a little bit towards the end of the straight, and maybe that's going to be the case for the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, indeed. Happy to sit behind the back of the 81, but the good thing as well is that's going to put Coanda under so much pressure here, because they've got a car right behind them at every single corner, and even on the straight, right there, even less than a tenth behind down the back straights. So this is, pressuring times here for the 81, as here we can see again Laubish right on the rear as they head in towards P1 corner, only a couple of tenths separating them. And of course last time it was a bit wide through Blanchimont, which gave an opportunity, but which is an opportunity not chosen to be taken just yet.
Super close, these two. Look at this. Laubish through the middle sector, looking very good. Crawling all over the back of that Coanda Esports Porsche in the 14th position at the moment. Out of the curve pour frais, a little bit of gravel kicked up again here, and it's just not the ideal place to be if you're Laubish. You just don't want to be this close at this point in the racetrack. Look how close they get now in towards Blanchimont. There's just no way through, at least not at this stage in the race. You don't want to be making a move quite like that. 2 tenths of a second, he backs away, he lifts off, load of fuel saving. But again, he's just not catching in the ideal places. At the end of the Kemmel Straight is where he needs to be that close, not coming out of the curve pull for it.
No, being a tenth behind heading into Blanchimont is it's a recipe for disaster in many occasions, as they head back down to La Source at turn number 1, and they still follow through nicely. What's the gap as they exit? It's a little bit more than it was last time. Last time it was just under 3.5. This time it's just under 5. So I don't think there'll be any opportunity for Laubish to make a move here, unless he chooses to go for a send, which I just don't see happening. I think if he's not going to do it from a tenth back, he's not going to do it from 2 tenths back. That's safe to say. As we head our way down the Kemmel Straight, back in towards Lecombe. Of course, this is a battle for 14th place here in this race with just under 3 hours and 20 minutes to go in the 24 Hours of Spa, brought to you by Falken tyres.
It's the only 24-hour race in our calendar with just a single car class. The GT3s, of course. I'll do another rundown in about 17 minutes or so. About 10 minutes, actually, before the pit stops actually happen. Just a bit of an hourly update as to where everybody is. These two do well to feature in it. Even by the end of the day, they're over half a minute away, nearly 3/4 of a minute away, actually, from that top 10. The last place being held by Gianni Veggio is now only 3.5 seconds behind Matteo Vittorino, who has seen his gap go the wrong way a little bit this morning. At least in this stint he has. Just not quite as quick maybe as he needed to be on a couple of occasions, and that means that Veggio's going to lick his lips now. With only 3.5 seconds, he will believe he can get 9th place. Maybe not by the end of this stint, but certainly in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps up that pace, there's no way that he won't be on the back of the 114 here, because that gap in the last, I think, about 10 laps has come down from 6 seconds to 3.5, so it's pretty much halved in that time. And then, of course, further ahead, we have got the Mahler Racing team closing in more on the Ferrari. Of course, there is a six lap difference in pit stop for the two, but it goes in favour of the Ferrari here. 2.2 seconds between those, so we could certainly see a battle between the 15 and the 10 in the next, I'd say, 10, 15 laps, of course. That'll be after their next pit stops. But, of course, a battle that still isn't over is here on our screens. P14 and 15, the 81 and the 14. Well, you could say a battle, but it's not really a battle, is it? Because the car behind is just staying there. He doesn't want to make a move just yet.
Well, yeah, I think in this case where they don't want to, it's we can maybe not call it a battle, but I don't know, a little bit on the fence as to whether they do actually want to go through. They're just not quite quick enough in the right area to actually make it happen. I mean, it's here where they need to be close, but they're just not at the moment. They're through the bottom of your screen, by the way, went the 269 car for Drago Racing. Michael Romanidis now driving that car. And Drago had 3 in the top 5 for long periods of this race. But unfortunately, number 269 fell by the wayside. Again, we're seeing many cases of almost perfect 24-hour races, but for some of those big contenders, they have had trouble. That 269 car lost 6 laps in the end, and they're now outside the top 30, trying to recover some positions. Michael Romanidis is currently trying to catch up to Mate Mihalides in the Chassis Sport number 90 car, but it's for 32nd place, not what they were aiming for this afternoon.
No, certainly not. I think you're looking more at 2nd place than 32nd for the Drago Racing team down in 33rd spots. Not ideal, but of course, I think in a race like this, there's always going to be one of those powerful teams that should be near the front, drop back and spend the whole race at the back. I think it's always destined to happen in a race like this, and unfortunately, it was the 269 that was voted for that one. Well, I suppose this morning at the moment, down in 33rd, and here we have Ola Steinbratton in P7 in the number 50, catching up onto the back of one of the Mercedes, who I believe is a lap ahead here, or a lap behind, one of the two.
Yeah, yeah, they're not on the same lap, that's for sure. It's the Line GP car, the only Mercedes left, actually. I think the only Mercedes to start, but certainly the only one left. George Triantopoulos. Apologies to their members for getting their names wrong all race. They are quite difficult names, and just running in front of Ola Steinbratton at the moment in that Line GP car. Only 11 seconds in front of Verasius 315. 22nd place is a very respectable place to be running in the Mercedes that has been there or thereabouts in a couple of years, actually, at the Spa 24 Hours. It's been a long time since they've won this race with that Mercedes, or anyone has won this race with that Mercedes. But this year is not going to be the year. It's going to be 22nd place finish, and for a car that's not well used anymore, it's great to see at least one team giving it a go in the Mercedes. It's like those who used to drive the Ford GT long past when it was actually a good car. Used to just bring it to this race and think, well, why not? Let's give it a go in that car. And they certainly are doing that. Line GP, 22nd, a respectable place to be at the moment.
I mean, that's quite a shame, because the Mercedes is my favourite GT3, always has been, probably always will be. And when I used to drive racing around iRacing around a year ago, before I decided I was too slow and it's not even worth it, I used to drive with the Mercedes all the time because I like the sound of it, I like the way it drives, and well, it seems now it's not very good. So maybe if I do get back into iRacing, I should leave the Mercedes be, otherwise I'm going to be a lot slower than I already am at 1.5 iRacing.
I hope that's 1,500, not 1.5.
Yes, 1,500.
Crikey.
That's a big achievement. 1.5.
I mean, I've seen some very low I ratings in my time, but anyway, yeah, I'm at about the same, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, at some level, I think, you know, at our level, I would say, of driving, it sort of doesn't matter really.
Yeah.
How slow the car is. You know, I remember when I did the Spa-24 2 years ago, and you know, the manufacturers that won our split, because we're so far down, were, you know, way different to what we saw in 2023. You know, in top split, where it was BMW all the way. You know, we had the BMW, but we were by far far from the fastest team in the race.
Yeah.
And you know, it was, if I remember correctly, there was a couple of Mercedes who fought it out for the win in our split, actually, out towards the front. So, you know, if you're watching this and you are not one of these top drivers, not likely to get into top split or even second split or third split, I wouldn't be put off by the manufacturers that these top guys are not using, because you can very much get the speed out of the car, and at that level it doesn't matter necessarily what is the fastest car overall. It matters what is fastest for you and how you can get a comfortable 24 hours out of it. That's far more important when you get out of those first few splits.
Indeed, and if you're new to our racing or haven't driven it before, each car is so different. You know, they are closest to the real spec, IRL, as they can be. Of course, there's a box, so things do change, but you know, the general characteristics of the cars are the same as they are IRL. They're so different. You can jump into one car, possibly a Porsche, and then jump into a Ferrari, and you're like, am I even in the same class of car? Yes, you are. They just feel so different. So that's why sometimes we tend to see some cars always at the front, or why we see some cars being used all the time, such as there's I'm sure a lot of BMWs in this race, a lot of Ferraris, because for these guys, that like 1/10 difference per car makes such a difference to those over 24 hours. But if you're like me and Ewan, and not the greatest at the game, just drive what you find most comfortable, which for me is a Mercedes.
Yeah, there you go. For me, it's the BMW, which I think is almost impossible to crash, actually. It's even for me, it's a very, very stable, solid platform, is the BMW. You know, I don't think it's any coincidence that is played a factor in the fact that if Redline do go on to win here, there'll be 4 BMW victories here at this race in the last 5 years. You know, I really don't think that's any sort of coincidence. Yes, weather played a factor last year, and the Ford Mustang was actually quite strong as well. We got a good split of manufacturers up towards the front of the field, but you know, again, I don't think it's any coincidence really. The BMW is such a solid platform. It's just a car that you feel comfortable driving for 24 hours. Whereas, you know, if I think back in the day in iRacing, and even now, the Audi R8 LMS used to be very good over the course of a lap and very good for a 3-hour race or so. But you wouldn't want to be driving it for 24 hours. You just knew that one of those laps it was going to catch you out.
Indeed, and I think at the moment though, one of the best cars on a whole is the Acura, but the penalty for that car is rather heavy. 15 kg weight penalty, minus 1.5% power and 97% fuel. So if it was everything as normal, you probably would go towards the Acura, but that penalty is, well, the bop on it is hard because it is a very good car.
Yeah, the highest weight, highest power adjustment and highest fuel adjustment, all in one car. That's why that car has not really been chosen around, which is a bit of a shame. We've got so many manufacturers now in GT3. It would have been nice to see a few more of them to go along with the Acura and the Audi we've just been discussing. Of course, the BMW as well that we do have in this race. No Corvettes as far as I can see. A few Ferraris, which is good. Not as many Mustangs as last year, unfortunately. Again, Lamborghini and McLaren have gone by the wayside. Only a single Mercedes and a few Porsches this year again. the only car other than the BMW to win since 2021. But doesn't look like it's going to be their year this year once again. Commander Esports, the best of them at the moment, currently running in 5th place for Tristan Iglesias. The 08 car looking the best of any. But yeah, it's a little bit of a shame not to see a little bit more variety, but it always happens that way. It's almost impossible to BOP these manufacturers to be dead even across the board. And of course, some teams are contractually obliged to drive some of the cars, so they're always going to choose them anyway.
Correct, and luckily most of them are obliged to drive a car which normally isn't too bad, so it's not like they're heading into the Acura or something. Most of the time it's, you know, the Ferraris, Beamers, the Porsches, and sometimes the odd different car that you don't see as often. But yeah, normally they're not in the quote-unquote worst cars. But I have seen that the number 14 is now in 14th place, has made that move ahead of the 81 and sits around half a second ahead. I just saw it spot on my timing tower on the right. So yeah, that move's been made finally. And I was going to say that the 14 is going to start catching up to the car ahead. I mistook that with another car and they're 33 seconds behind, so I don't think that's going to quite happen.
No, although Labish has got past Balicki while we weren't looking, so there has been a pass there down towards the back end of the field, at least the back end of the top 20, as Nicholas Labish moves into 14th in number 14. Nice bit of symmetry there. Oliver Steinbratton, though, is the one we're focusing in on at the moment. He's being caught by Ruben Bonga pretty comprehensively in these last couple of laps. He's got one Ferrari in between him, and this is how it happened, by the way. A flashing of the lights from Laubis. Is this going to be a proper move, or does the Coanda car of Balicki just pull over to the side? He does pull over to the left and let that one happen, lifts off. And again, even with 3 hours to go, we're not quite at the stage of the race yet where battling is really a thing.
No, and there we go, the 14th up another spot, and I think already comfortably ahead of the Coanda Esports car. But here is, of course, Oliver Steinbratton in P7 in the number 50 Ferrari, of course ahead of Ruben Bonga in the number 10, and this battle is certainly one to keep an eye on. And I believe there's one of the unlapping cars in between. Is that one of the Drago Racing cars, I believe? I can't quite tell.
So. I think it's the 069, if my eyes are still working. I can't quite tell. You can just tell the different shade of red, which I'm very thankful for from these two teams, by the way. The Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team have gone for a more Ferrari red. Drago a darker red. But what a great year they've been having, Drago Racing. They won the GT3 class in the Sebring 12-hour earlier. They've got themselves an entry, at least the one entry, into the IMSA Esports Global Championship for 2025, which you do earn for winning in GTD or GTP at Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen or Petit Le Mans. They will have at least one entry. You'd imagine they'll be able to qualify through the other channels, at least one other car, because they're starting to really become a force in sim racing. 3 cars in this race. As I say, they've been running in the top 5 for most of the race with all 3. That just shows a very, very strong team, and a team only getting stronger as well, Drago Racing.
Yep, indeed, and of course, unfortunately, one of them is near the back, but of course, I don't think much fault of their own. Of course, Marco Romanidis, very, very well-known driver, has been around for a long time and still is up there with his top pace, just trying to bring that 269 car home. He's around 8 seconds behind the back of the number 90. So yeah, so we'll just see, I suppose, if he can catch up. If not, still going to be in that position he was earlier on. But yeah, great job so far by Kempinen and Rubelar in 3rd and 4th. And then, of course, Redline, who we haven't really spoke about much because there's not much to talk about, apart from the fact that they're now 1 minute and 16 seconds ahead of 3rd, which is just another level of insanity. That is insane by our top 2. And I don't want to say too much because I don't want to commentate curse it and then have an issue or end up crashing and we end up seeing them finish 3rd and 4th or something.
Yeah, absolutely. We won't say too much for the moment, but one thing I will say is that I am hoping for a fantastic final hour between them. Let's see what we get, though. As there was a bit of a change in front there. Steinbratton had to let Nicholas Rubelar through, and that puts Ruben Bonga right onto the back of him now. So 2 battles to keep an eye on. Not only this one between Vittorino and Vecchio, but also for 7th up ahead as well. There could be changes afoot here towards the end of another stint, and maybe with the final laps of these stints so close, they might well just decide that the battles aren't worth having right now, and they might well just delay them to the other side of the pit stop phase. But Bonga is crawling all over the back of that Ferrari now.
Certainly, and getting a lot more sunny out on track, that's for sure. I'm in a dark room, and all of a sudden my screen's lit up. The sun's out here around Spa. 3 hours and 2 minutes to go here in this race, and I mean, it's been an enthralling 21 hours so far, but we all know that that final 2 or 3 hours is where things really matter. I think things matter anyway, but here, this is where it's all key, because what happens here is definitely, or most likely, going to affect your racing position at the end, which of course most drivers want to be the higher position than they are right now. And here, of course, with the number 69 in the middle, we have the 50 and the 10 having a battle. Oh no, sorry, the 69's got ahead. So now we have the 50 and the 10 on track together, having their battle that we've been waiting for, I think, since I joined the box around an hour ago.
Yeah, pretty much. The thing for Bonga, though, is that while Steinbratten's got the slipstream of the Drago Racing car, it's going to be hard for him. This is Gianni Vecchio in, though, just a minute short of the hour, so he needs to save a lap of fuel somewhere, I think, if he wants to be comfortable to make it to the end of the race inside the top 10. If he has to make a splash and dash, he will drop outside of it, and Apex Racing Team will get their top 10 back. But let's see about Ruben Bonga here, over the top of the hill, 0.3 of a second at Radion. I don't think he's close enough, to be honest, but let's see if he is in towards Lecom this time around. No, not quite for Ruben Bonga. He is not far away at all, but with Steinbratten getting that slipstream from a fellow Ferrari, it's going to be super difficult.
It certainly will be. This is a difficult battle here for the number 10. The 50, of course, as you said, has a car ahead they can use for slipstream, whereas the number 10 has got to either sit behind or go for an audacious pass here, because that gap is consistently around 2 or 3/10 of a second here, as we have got the number 22, Gianni Vecchio, is in the pit lane here, has dropped down behind the Apex Racing Team 99. That's going to be Max and Scadinio, who's now moved up into the top 10 temporarily, but of course will also have to make a pit stop soon. So with the 22 pitting a bit earlier, and with this battle still going on, this could be an opportunity here for the 22 to catch up a little bit more and bring that gap down once the others make their pit stops in, I presume, maximum 2 laps time.
Yeah, this is lap 25 for these guys, on the most part, apart from for Ola Steinbratten and Jarno Koch, who are on different strategies, as we've talked about throughout this race, because they've been on different strategies for hours now. They are still, in case you're just rejoining us, into Blanchimont. Steinbratten certainly not as quick as that Drago Racing car in front of him, but he is being towed along quite nicely. Down in towards the chicane they go. Bit wide of the apex, but again, different lines taken by those different manufacturers. So interesting to see through the bus stop chicane. They are able to go on for another lap as well. So not only have they made the hour again, they're making it comfortable as well by going another lap, getting towards the end of this race. And if they continue to do 26 laps per stint, that's over an hour, and that is absolutely fine in terms of making it to the finish without making a splash and dash, which Redline will be nervous about.
Yeah, indeed. If you want to avoid that at all costs, unless you're in a position which you're not going to gain and lose. But if you're in a battle, you want to make sure you maximise the most out of your strategies. Here we go once again, down towards the Lecom chicane. The gap's closing down, but is it enough for the number 10 to make the move? No, just sits back, headed into the braking zone, content behind the number 50. So yes, I reckon we'll probably, or most likely, see them in this lap here. And then, of course, we'll have to see where they come out compared to the 22, as our 2 leaders, the 21 and the 20, both emerge into the pit lane.
And imagine it will be fuel tyres, but no driver change for Cote and Lebigre. They will continue to run at the front of the field with the dominance that they have done all race long so far. Seemingly the dominance that it is possible to achieve at the Spa 24 Hours, unlike at any other event in the year. maybe Daytona, but we've not quite seen that executed. The fact that there's multi-class traffic at that race means it's easier to get split apart, which can be tricky for those in the lead. Although GTD class as it is there, but at this race there is no multi-class traffic. It's just single class traffic, which generally gets out of the way for both of them at the same time if they're coming up to the back of them. This battle will be taken to the pit lane as well. Ruben Bonga at least will be in the lane, and behind Matteo Vittorino will be in, and he'll be on a rejoin, a very close rejoin, I'd imagine, with Gianni Veggio, who's dropped to 15th with his earlier stop.
Indeed, and we do see the Ferrari continue on here as we head our way back down towards turn 1. So taking another lap in this stint, as we obviously do see the Marla Racing team head into the pits. We've got the number, the 07, we've got the number 4, the number 78, 18, who have all also made their pit stops. And then, of course, along with our 3rd and 4th cars, the 2 Drago Racing, the 169 and the 69, both into the pits. So, yes, we should see the Ferrari be in around 5 laps maximum. They're 20 laps into their stint, maximum of around 25, 26, so they can continue on just for now. But of course, they've got to hope they don't hit any traffic, because if they do, that's going to lose them time, and that's not what they want to do.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay for traffic by the looks of what we're seeing at the moment, although that's not too far in the distance, in fairness. Where then is Bonga going to come out in, Vittorino? Rather, Vittorino carries on for another lap, so we'll have to wait a lap or so for his rejoin with Gianni Veggio. That's going to be pretty close though, and look at that up ahead. Side by side battling in a right mess into Pouon, side by side into the turn. We don't see that very much, but you can tell we're getting down towards the end of the race. Look at that. 4 cars covered by a blanket at the moment, and that may have been for position further down as Altitude Freedom Esports 111 got past 07 Racing with Sim Race Lab. I just wonder, yeah, that was a battle for position there. Look at the way Steinbratten's caught up there. A proper battle side by side from multiple corners there through the middle sector at Spa.
That is, I mean, I'm surprised it ended well, because when you see 4 cars that close together, heading into Pouon at full speed, you start to think that something bad is going to happen, but no, they all made it through, and now we can see the number 7's like move, move, move. Sorry, the number 50's like move, move, move. I want to get through. We can see the Lamborghini pull over, so does the Ferrari, on presume, as they head into the braking zone. That being the, I believe, 07 there, the 07 Racing Sim Race Lab, and then ahead, I presume that would have been the number 2, possibly.
It's hard to work out at the moment, but one thing that's easy to comprehend is the fact that this is bad news for Ole Steinbratten in the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team car. That much is absolutely clear. Now down on the run down the hill in towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon. He's going to get past another one of the Ferraris, I think down the Kemmel Straight, but this is going to continue on, and it's going to slow Steinbratten down. Last time around, while he was on his lower fuel, needed to be doing his fastest lap time, did a 16.9. Not good news. The flash of the lights there as the Ferrari moves out the way, but the BMWs don't, and Steinbratten's still stuck in traffic. Now then, Matteo Vittorino comes into pit lane, the BGZ P1Docs.com car, and that's going to be a rejoin with Gianni Veggio in a few moments' time that hopefully we'll see on our screens. Of Steinbratten working his way down the inside of number 4. There, Vittorino comes to a stop. Has been there for 10 seconds now, and Oskari Kakkonen now gets behind the wheel of number 114. Will Kakkonen have some defending to do, though? Will he have to chase after Veggio, though? That is the question here.
It's is around, at the moment, I think about 20 seconds back here, so that's going to close down quickly.
Of course, it's going to be tearing down. Here's Veggio. Now into the La Source corner. 41.9 seconds for Karkkonen. Now, he is going to get out in front initially, but it's that cold tyre phase where it's going to be tricky. Karkkonen now works his way up the hill, and Ruben Bonga is not too far behind. In fact, he's going to get straight through. Here is Bonga, because Karkkonen is on those colder tyres, and Bonga goes indeed past on the Kemmel Straight. So Bonga in front of Karkkonen. Vecchio 5 seconds behind, in fact. His few laps on that higher fuel load have cost him a little bit, really, compared to Vitorino on that lower fuel load.
Indeed, and that gap is now down to 3.6, 3.4 as they head their way in towards Les Combes. And of course, cold tyres, cars ahead in traffic, that's going to cost them time, and that gap is sub 3 seconds here for the 22 on the back of the 114, and it's around 3 seconds now between the number 10 and the 114, so a brilliant optimisation exiting the pits here for Ruben Bonga. But for Ascani Kakkonen, that has not gone too well, has lost heaps of time to the car ahead, and now is only 1.7 seconds ahead of the number 22, Gianni Vecchio, who is one car, or one driver, that I wouldn't want closing in behind me, that's for sure.
No, not many would. A second and a half it now is. Don't forget, it takes a couple of laps for that car to get properly up to speed, and even through the pit path chicane, that Porsche just skating on ice, really. Vecchio closing, now into Stabilo. And the curveball for Fred to get them towards the Blanchimont corner. Max Escudinho is going to come in, so they're both going to be inside the top 10 in just a moment here. But is Vecchio going to be in 9th place? Vitorino's got some big defending to do on this next lap, and Vecchio needs to strike while his tyres are hot.
Certainly does. That gap has shot out, and it's wide.
Off. Vitorino wide. He couldn't even hang on through the Blanchimont left-hander. The tyre's too cold, not giving him the grip that he requires. And Gianni Vecchio moves up into 9th place pretty comfortably there. His few laps on the higher fuel load on those cold tyres did give him a big deficit, but he was able to overturn it in just the space of a lap.
I mean, I think that comes down a lot to pressure, because looking at Moller Racing, they're only around 4 or 5 seconds ahead now, so the gap between those two came down by a second, but Vecchio to Kakkonen came down by 6 seconds within a lap, so a lot of pressure there on the 114, and unfortunately Kakkonen will drop down to P10 here in this race, as we do see the number 99 and the number 18 head into the pits. That promotes the number 97 into the top 11 here, that being Adidas Racing, Martin Kalderchik, now into P11 in the 97 here.
Just 10 minutes past the hour. We're not quite sorted yet, so I won't do a rundown just yet. We're not quite sorted out with pit stops just yet in this race. Team Redline still 1 and 2, and now they're in 9th place as well. And it does make you wonder where the Ferrari is going to be. 16.4 last time round from Steinbrenner, only a couple attempts quicker than Vecchio, who was one of the quickest drivers of anybody actually last time around. You'd think Steinbrenner would be a little bit quicker than that, because he's on such lower fuel compared to Vecchio, who's only just been in pit lane. Now he's breaking the toe to Matteo Vitorino.
Indeed, we have seen the 24 as well head into the pits, that being SCK Racing with Timo Schmidt in 35th spot, also not being their ideal race, and then of course behind those will be the TC Sports car, but yet again they're over a minute behind them. They're nowhere near anybody else. It's the 1183 and 79. Just looking further ahead, or further behind from this battle at least, we do see yet again the 14 and the 81 half a second separated, and they have both pitted, and they're still only separated by half a second. So that battle, which we thought was over before the pit stops, has been reignited after the pit stops.
I think that's Bilecki using the draft a little bit to try and keep his pace high, to be honest with you. We'll see. But I'm not sure that's going to be side by side in the not too distant future. And Raiko Romanidis comes in, meanwhile. It's after 25 laps. He doesn't need to do 26, frankly. So comes in after 25, I believe. And SCK Racing do as well, as we said. So Timo Schmidt will be up at the pit lane. There he is in the Ferrari. Just coming back out onto the circuit again. And he'll deal with those cold tyres once again. Only 3 stints left in this race now, and so That's 2 more runs on cold tyres for everybody as well. That's been the real key point in these stints. Tiptoeing on those cold tyres been super difficult, as it was always going to be.
Certainly, as I've noticed, between the number 3 and 9, the 2 Signify Esports cars, that gap's starting to increase, and they're no over 2 seconds separated. The 2 teammates, which were within half a second, and they were over 2.5. So either a mistake or a lack of consistency from Manuel Cuba Torres in P14 in the number 9. Yeah, not with his teammate like they were before, and that has lost them that advantage of just sticking together and using that slipstream down the back straights. As we do look, of course, further ahead, the 2 red lines, 21 and 20, separated by 0.2 of a second. And then, of course, between P3 and 5, they are separated by about 10. But, of course, the number 1 has to go into the pits in around 3 to 4 laps time. So Drago Racing will go back up to 3rd and 4th. And then Mitchell de Jong, who's got into the car for the number 8, will go back into P5 here.
Should do. But when do Grid & Co start to use up some of those extra laps of fuel that they saved earlier on in the race? They haven't particularly been doing it in the not too distant past. Well, actually, for the very distant past, they've not been doing it either, really. It was at the start of the race where they were saving the fuel. And just wonder whether they're going to start to knock a second or 2 off their pit stop time here in this 3rd last stop of the day, or whether they're going to wait all until the end of the race to do it. They can still change all 4 tyres and do the fuel load that they need to get to the end. If they want to do it all in one go at the very end, we'll see where it gets them to. It should still keep them 5th place, whether they do it now or later, or what they do here, I think, really. But Commander Esports will be hoping not, because, as I say, they're on the fringes of that top 10 there, that top 5 rather.
Certainly, as we do see the 315 and the 33 head into the pit lane, they're making their latest pit stops. And then here, of course, we can see Ruben Bonga, number 10 here, behind Ollie Streinbraten, who still has to make a pit stop in this race. That caps around 1 minute and 19 seconds at the moment, so we'll see how it all unfolds in around 1 lap time or 2 lap time maximum, as we have got a 24 lap stint so far by the Ferrari Esports team. So yes, they'll be in the pit shortly. Same going for the gridandgo.com Esports. And then we also have the Adidas Racing, that being Martin Kadlachik, who still have to pit. They're 25 laps into their stint. And then, Ewan, everybody in the top 21 will have made their most recent pit stops.
Yeah, at which point I can finally do a rundown of the order, because it makes sense. For the last 20 minutes or so, it's not really made any sense with some of the cars the way they are. That's just the way of endurance racing, though, and the general strategy that goes on, the different times of pit stops. But remarkable that so many cars are still on the same strategy at this stage. 6 of the top 8 are pitting on the same lap Team Redline are, and have done throughout this entire race. It shows you that that's 6 of the top 8 who've had absolutely no problems at all, and or not done any fuel saving, or at least not any more than Redline have at the front end of the field, which again gives credit to Redline and their speed over the course of this race. But also the other teams as well, gives credit to them, because they've clearly not had any major problems either. It's just the speed that they've lacked compared to Redline. They've kept out of trouble, though, over the course of the day, which is not always something we can say this deep into a 24-hour race.
Yep, certainly. With 3 hours to go, well, just under 3 hours to go, we've got to be careful with what we say, because things tend to change quite quickly once we mention something that has or hasn't happened. But no, for now, going quite nicely. Of course, yet again, still on board here with the number 10 of Ruben Bonga. So we should see the Ferrari in soon. And I think at the moment, Bonga might... It's going to be close, isn't it? But I think there'll be like 3 or seconds in it. But I think the main thing that factors in is that cold tyre phase for the number 50. As long as they've got a driver that can deal with that well, they're fine. But you've seen so many times, whether it's here or in any other events, some drivers can't deal with these cold tyres. Others can drive with them fine. So they need someone who can get in, get straight out onto the track and just deal with it as soon as possible. As we do see car number 15 to the pit lane here, Ewan.
But there is the picture-in-picture. That's live pictures in the main part of your screen and down the bottom as Scuderia Ferrari esports team come in. This is going to be the big rejoin between Bonga and Steinbratton, whether it is going to be Ola Steinbratton who returns to the racetrack in that number 50 car. They now come through the inner pit entry, or the inner pit lane rather, through the Grand Prix pits and now to the endurance pits down the other side of the hill. Thankfully now there's cones there on the outside rather than a wall, which is better for everybody. Steinbratton now runs down the right-hand side and pulls into a stop up on the jacks immediately. No mistake in terms of braking too late or whatever for his pit box down the hill. And he is going to get out of that car. This might be his final driver change of the day as Lorenzo Manfredotti will drive that car to the finish.
Indeed, and we'll have to see whereabouts he will come out compared to Ruben Bonga. So he's in the pits now, having all of tyres, fuel, whatever needs to be changed on that car sorted. And then we do see as well the 98, the 11, the 79, all into the pits themselves. But of course, most of those are a little bit further down the field. It doesn't really matter where they pit compared to our leaders or those up in the top 10. As here we go, engines fired back up and they're off once again. But the question is here, Ewan, how far away or close are they to the number 10 and even potentially the number 22?
Well, don't forget that the gap's going to be large initially, but it's going to close with cold tyres and a slower pit exit here. There you can see Bonga just coming into Eau Rouge as the 50 car makes his way actually out onto the Kemmel Straight. A big flash of the lights in behind there from one of the Drago cars that does indeed get that BMW out the way, and that Ferrari will have to move out the way surely as well. This is the time for Bonga to try and close into within a second and get in that slipstream while he's got cold tyres.
It certainly is. The gap has come down to 3.5 seconds here. But remember, there was an unlapping car behind Manfredotti, so hopefully that doesn't cause too much disruption here for the number 50, who's looking to heat up the tyres and get going on this latest stint here. As let's see what the gap is at the moment, 2.2. You can just about see Manfredotti ahead here. There's a couple of other cars in between. I think one of them was, I saw number 36, whether that's car or position, I'm not 100% sure.
It's TC Esports, that's position for them. 1.5 seconds. This is going the way of Bonga at the moment. TC Esports are not going to be trying to get past because they also are on cold tyres. They were just in the pit lane with that Ferrari a few moments ago. Bonga is going to get to within that second though. He's going to get that slipstream, and whether he decides to try and punish Manfredotti immediately remains to be seen, but at least he's in that slipstream. That's exactly where he needs to be. That TC Esports car's not going to make it too difficult for him, and there he goes. So fellow BMW moves through. This is good news from Arla Racing Team. They are right there now with number 50.
Indeed, and of course it was Ola Steinbratton in the car recently. Now it's Lorenzo Manfredotti who's got to get to grips with the track, everything. Because of course the conditions change a lot here, needs to get adjusted to everything here in this race, and that can take a couple of laps here. And Ruben Bonga all over the rear of the Ferrari. Of course this battle was brewing up at the start of my stint around an hour ago. It's back again here after that gap did increase. And let's see, can Bonga get that move ahead of Manfredotti? The gap's just over 3/10 here at the moment as they head their way down towards Eau Rouge and rally on. We do see Jona Koch there into the pits in the number 001 gridandgo.com car, so they'll drop down a few more positions here. But let's see, can Bonga get the move, you, because it is around a couple of tenths here and already has enough overspeed.
Yeah, Manfredotti really bobbled over the curbs that time. Does he bump draft him or not? Oh, he just moves out late there. That was quite close, actually, between the two. Bonga moves out into the inside line, and he's going to get it here. Manfredotti doesn't have a choice. He lets Bonga through on the inside line. Now he's got a challenge to stay with him here. His tyres will be getting there up to temperature, but they won't quite be at peak performance yet. But he can't let Bonga get too far away.
No, he's got to keep in grips of Bonga here. Use him for slipstream. Of course, you can get quite a lot of, you can gain quite a few tenths with that slipstream around here in these cars. So as long as Manfredotti can have around, I'd say, a gap less than a second, it should be fine to get some slipstream here and stick with Ruben Bonga. But that pace so far here for Bonga looks insane. Has been very quick since we saw them in the car earlier on, and now he's just looking to pull away from the Ferrari And that gap ahead, never mind, it's 1 minute and 14 seconds. I don't think we'll see Marler Racing team challenging for the top 6 here.
Well, it's unlikely, let's put it that way, very unlikely. But they will hope for some sort of problem maybe that could help them. This is the Apex Racing Academy. Been off through Blanchimont. Oh, huge slide, it snaps the other way. And they do hit the barriers. And that Ferrari disintegrates as well after contact with the barriers. Number 98 in the fence. And that is going to send them further down the field, unfortunately. They didn't decide to come into pit lane. That's an odd choice, especially when you consider the amount of damage that they've got. That's Gregory Hovson, who has just been in oh dear, and brace yourselves for this, Eau Rouge. This was not a smart idea from Gregory Hovson, I'm afraid, to continue on. And wow, oh my word, that was TC Esports, I think, who just went really close, really close. Baptiste Jimenez, I think it was, who just about avoided a really big crash there at the top of Radion, a crash that really shouldn't have happened.
That was insanely close there. Oh my, I don't know how the TC Esports car avoided that, because it just happened in the blink of an eye. And luckily, the only car to come out with some damage was the Apex Racing Academy car. As we go back to live pictures here, is the Marler Racing team, of course. Behind is one of the unlapping cars, I believe, as we have seen Manfredotti lose a lot more time. That gap there over a second between himself and between Ruben Bonga as we head back down towards Pouan. And I believe the TC Esports car there is behind Manfredotti as well, so they haven't got to worry about getting through on another lapped car, as there's only one of them ahead.
Yeah, so TC Esports at the time were running right behind one of the Drago Racing cars, which got a bit lucky as well there. And they've now dropped behind these three. But Bonga certainly sealed 7th place with that pass and a few good laps. Gianni Vecchio not too far away from Manfredotti now either. 18-0 from Manfredotti last time round. We'll see a proper lap time at this next lap. But yeah, this is just getting away from number 50 at the moment. Certainly in these last couple of minutes, it's been getting away from them. And it's getting interesting in the midfield here, certainly in the mid part of the top 10. Some of these fights come to a close. Haven't seen too much of this overnight, but now that we're in the morning, it is ramping up again, ramping up to a finish here once again in the iRacing Spa 24 hours. And again, Scuderia Ferrari Esports slowed through that bus stop chicane with more traffic in front of them.
Indeed, as well, let's see what happens here as we head our way back down towards La Source. Of course, this is the 98 again, this time through Blanchimont, who yet again snap off the rear and off into the barriers. That car, I don't know how it's still continuing on. 3 heavy hits into the barriers for that pole number 98, and I mean, that's just what we saw, never mind in that middle and third sector. I think there could have been a lot more spins and barrier hits for that car. But I suppose they know at this point their race is more than over. Of course, they were running up into the top 20 and now dropping down to 33rd, 34th. And the shameful part is the other car in the bottom 5 is also an Apex Racing Academy car. That's Lewis Barlow. So it's not been the best day for Apex Racing Academy. For Apex Racing themselves, they are sitting P11, and then I think they have another car in the mix as well. So it's not been the best for Apex Racing, unfortunately, this event.
Yeah, that car now down on pit lane and taking them some long repairs. So the minute and 20 pit stop that I saw before was clearly unrelated. I thought that they'd already, by the time we'd seen the replay, I thought they'd already been in to repair the damage and back out again. But that wasn't the case. They were still trundling around trying to get back to pit lane. But, you know, I know it doesn't matter particularly for Gregory Hovson. They're already outside the top 30. And this is only going to confirm that even more. But I just can't understand why Hovson crashed there at Blanchimont, saw the rear wing come off, the rear bumper came off, and all sorts coming off that Ferrari. got to the end of the lap, saw the pit lane and thought, no, I'll try again one more lap. Even though I've got suspension damage and no rear end, I'll carry on one more lap. That's the part I can't really get my head around.
I mean, is there any way in the world that he didn't realise there was damage? I mean, surely it's possible, but it's surely hard to do, not realise that you've got no rear wing, no rear bumper, and well, somehow intact tyres. I mean, I suppose it's a possibility. Either that, or we've just thought, right, let's see what happens without a rear wing.
I mean, I could have told him the answer to that before he did it, but anyway.
Oh, dear me, yeah. That was an interesting one for the 98, but they are unfortunately down in P36 at the moment, still in the pits, so it could even be a race ender here for those guys, because that damage will be minutes of damage.
It will. We'll hope that the car can be restored and get back out onto the circuit again, but they are going to be last by the time they do it. I think now 3.5 minutes have passed. The only car behind them is Maniti Racing White now, which is in 38th place. I wonder whether that is going to become 37th in the not too distant future. Last time round, Gianni Vecchio caught up to Lorenzo Manfredotti again there, 0.3 of a second. So while there is traffic between them, there may be a battle and another position on the horizon maybe for Team Redline in this sort of 2 hours and a half to go of this race.
Certainly, and that gap there between Bonga and Manfredotti, 1.4 seconds. So it shot up, of course, at the point of pit stops, and of course it was a move done and just for Bonga. But now you can see Manfredotti has got some decent pace. He's sitting consistently with Ruben Bonga here, who I think has been very quick so far over these past couple of hours, has a lot of pace in that BMW. And then of course we do see in P9 Gianni Vecchio, who's actually gaining in quite comfortably on the back of Ruben Bonga, 4 tenths, a tenth and then 3 tenths on the most recent lap. There could be an opportunity for the number 22 Redline to jump up to P8 or P7, because I'm sure the 22 will be right on the back of the 50 at the moment there.
Before they get there, well, let's just have a bit of a rundown of the current standings with 2.5 hours to go in the Falken Tyre for 24 hours here on iRacing in 2025. Team Redline have dominated. They're now 1 minute and 17 ahead of Drago Racing's offering. Sam Quota leads, following the Bigra out front. Carlos Penalosa's leading the charge, the best of the rest in 3rd place ahead of Nicholas Rubelar. They should get their 3rd and 4th place finish, Drago, and that would be a pretty positive result considering. Coanda Esports are 5th, but they're only 16 seconds ahead of Yannick in the grid and go-kart. That grid and go-kart's got 7 laps over them on fuel, and so maybe will jump ahead of them. Will 7 laps equate to those 16 seconds? Maybe not quite, but it could be close in that final hour. Marla Racing Team are next, and they are leading a very close bit of the standings with Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports Team in 8th place, then Team Redline in 9th, then PGZ and P1 Docs in 10th. Apex Racing Team have just slipped out of the top 10 after Redline's recovery, and so they are now 11th. Simify is still separated by 3 seconds now after that pit stop, 12th and 13th. 54 would have now pulled a bit of an advantage over Coanda for 14th, a little bit further down. And that is pretty much the end of it as far as battles go. No gaps below a second at the moment, apart from that one between 1st and 2nd and those 2 Redline cars at the front end of the field. So I think the interest in the next half an hour or so, before these pit stops happen all over again, is going to be whether Gianni Vecchio can get past Manfredotti, and indeed Ruben Bonga maybe as well, by the end of this 3rd last stint of the race.
Indeed, and around an hour ago, the gap between the Redlines and Drago Racing was 1 minute and 10 seconds. An hour later, it's 1 minute and 18. They are still consistently pulling that gap and consistently looking to try and well, just get as big of a margin as they can. I mean, I don't think we've seen a win, or at least 2nd to 3rd, being separated this much in a long, long time, if ever, because this is insane by Redline. Of course, we've seen them win many times before quite comfortably, but never this comfortably. I mean, around some circuits, that'd be a lap, wouldn't it, nearly?
The traffic is going to be the big problem for Vecchio here. As you can see, Onga is doing a good job of pulling away right now. And what's the last lap time? 16.5. 16.6 from Manfredotti, 16.3 from Vecchio, who is showing actually that Redline speed is not only down to the teamwork actually that the top two are doing, but those BMWs are just set up very, very fast anyway.
They certainly are. It's here. He's Bonga once again, of course, just heading over Rouge and running on, back down towards Laycom. And yes, doing a very good job so far in this BMW. I'm sure there that the number 50 is being closed in by a car as they head in towards Laycom. I'm not sure who that is. I think that might be one of the unlapping cars there behind, but they got super close heading through towards the braking zone, then chose to sit back for now. And then, of course, behind that's the TEC Esports, and then Gianni Vecchio, who's looking to join that battle there. P9 at the moment for the 22. He's only around 3 or 4 seconds back from the number 10. So that's going to get interesting, isn't it? Once we see the next of our cars catching up, of course, in terms of the two in between Ferrari and Redline.
I think Vecchio is in the slipstream of those guys in the background. Just getting the tail end of it, maybe. As TC Esports, one of them, I think, in the middle of this, and there's another Ferrari as well there at the moment that I'm not sure I can quite identify. Might be altitude, actually. James Burmey driving again after his technical issues earlier this morning, very early this morning. If you were with us overnight in Europe, then you will have seen James Burmey turned shot left into the wall coming out of the right-handed La Source in a clear technical problem, but he's under pressure now from a car many laps behind him at the moment, and this is the awkward situation as far as traffic is concerned. They're both receiving blue flags to this car, and TC Esports will be getting blue flags to James Burmey as well if they were able to get past. So this is could be a right mess here as 3 cars on 3 different laps sorted out.
Yeah, they've got to sort that out rather quickly, haven't they? Of course, Vecchio looking to make the move soon, wants to catch up as closely to the Ferrari as quickly as possible as we head in towards La Source. 2 BMWs and 2 Ferraris ahead of them here at the moment as we head our way back through to Rouge and Rayon. And let's see, the 22 you can see flashing the headlights. He's annoyed, wants to get through here. These 2 cars are starting to hold him up here. He's brought that gap down from around 6 seconds over the last hour, and now wants to be rewarded, but can't be because there's 2 lapped cars ahead at the moment, as that's going to be TC Esports moving out the way. And then the one ahead, I'm not sure if that's a lapped car or if it's actually a car ahead of them lap-wise.
No, it is altitude, I'm pretty sure. James Burmey. I think, 5 laps down now on the overall leader and 4 down on these guys. What's happened to SCK Racing meantime through the Kerpel Frere? Slide and a spin. Oh, and contact with the barrier pretty hard as well. The unprotected concrete there on the right-hand side. That's going to be some damage for number 24 to fix. Maybe even, it might wait till their next pit stop rather. But yeah, that's not an ideal moment coming onto the long flat-out section before the stop chicane at the end of the lap.
No, certainly not ideal at all. But then again, we've seen a lot of cars making those mistakes. Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of a bump or a little bit of a loss of traction, and the car goes spearing off into the barriers. And of course, that requires you to be, in many cases, towed back to the pits unless it's in the final sector, and it just loses you so much time. So drivers just have to be wary at all times. Even those at the front, it can easily happen. They head over a bump a little bit on an odd angle, or they lose a traction, which is difficult but possible, and of course that is then race over in some cases.
Oh, big slide for Burmey as well, just a little bit of a twitch there, and a flash of the light for Vecchio. Please get out my way doing that, and he does. So Manfredotti and Vecchio are now absolutely nose to tail. They are together in this battle for 8th position in the Spa-24. You can imagine this is going to go Redline's way at some point, but how long is it going to take, and how much does Lorenzo Manfredotti decide to defend this one with 2 hours 23 to go?
Well, we'll have to see as we continue our way on. Of course, now Vecchio on the back of the Ferrari finally can have that chance of a battle, chance of a P9 8 here in this race as we head our way up Eau Rouge and Rally onto the top of the hill, down the Kemmel Straight and down towards the Lake Combe chicane. That gap's flying down. The question is it enough by the time they hit the brakes in towards Lake Combe? He's closing in, but no, chooses to sit back for now. But I don't think he'll leave it that long here compared to what we've seen so far by other cars.
If he can leave it as short as time as possible, he can focus on getting past and getting up the field after that as well, with only 2 seconds up to Ruben Bonga. It's really not a very big margin at all to try and come back with, but just look at this through the corners. He's just so much quicker. Last time round, he was the only man in the 15s. I get that there was slipstream involved in that, but just looks so quick at the moment. These Team Redline BMWs are set up absolutely wonderfully, and they look like they're on their way to a really good finish here in the Spa-24. He's got a little bit of fuel to worry about here, Vecchio, so that might be in the back of his mind throughout some of this stint, but not for now. He is crawling all over the back of the Ferrari. Can he get past maybe before this pit stop cycle, or does he just decide not to?
Well, let's see what happens here as they head through in towards Bullfrere, down towards Blanchimont. A little bit tan wire there for the Ferrari. Does give the 22 an opportunity. Down towards Blanchimont corner. Let's try not to have a contact here, because that gap is so small, separated by a paperclip here as they head their way through. Down towards the braking zone. Now is the 22 going to make a move? Pulls to the inside. And we can see, I think it looks more like the 50 backs out there, heading onto the brakes. And it'll be P8 now for Giorno Vecchio in the number 22. Redline can now look to close down on the back of Ruben Bonga. That gap now is around 2.2 seconds here.
That's a strange one. I was expecting number 50 to try and fight that, at least trying to stay in front for as long as possible, but just didn't seem very interested in defending from Team Redline there, really. And so that allows Vecchio through. Is there going to be a response here? Ferrari's going to get in behind the BMW and get a big slipstream. Will Vecchio be forced into a defence, or I think Manfredotti making it very clear that he's not going to make an overtake there. He just stuck to the left-hand side, poked his nose out on the left-hand side and said, continue on ahead. I'm not going to bother you any further. And yes, the Ferrari has an advantage in terms of fuel and has less to take on between now and the finish in those final 2 pit stops, but still a bit of a puzzle, I've got to say.
Certainly is indeed. And now, let's see, what can the 22 do? There's only got a couple of seconds to the Miler Racing team. And of course, then the Grid and Go car is so far ahead, they haven't got to worry about that. So they can just focus on battling for 7th and 8th here in this race. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go on the clock of this enthralling 24 hours of Spa. And well, we could, well, between this battle here, P7 and 9, things can change very quickly. And we could even see Bonga drop down a couple of places. We could even see Manfredotti jump up 2. You never know what can happen here in a battle like this, because things can change very quickly. Then, of course, the 2 behind, 2 of the lapped cars behind. Luckily, out of the way, keeping with them in terms of pace. You know, they're not dropping off the back of the Ferraris, but at least they're not in the way now.
All being towed along quite nicely in this battle for 8th. It is the closest fight out there on the circuit. And we'll see whether it's any different between the 2 BMWs here, whether there's any gap closing into the chicane. Now then, Vecchio, where's he going to end up here in terms of lap time? 16.5 from Bonga, 16.4 from Vecchio, just a little bit quicker that time around. And that means, yeah, the gap's still hovering at 2 seconds or so. I don't think he's going to get there in time for the end of this stint, though. That was already the end of lap number 18. Can't be too far away now from the conclusion of another stint. But the question remains about where he's going to find his extra lap from here, because he's been pitting pretty consistently before the hour runs out.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it, here? Of course, got to get that strategy nailed correctly, because, of course, in a long race like this as well, strategy is such a key factor, more than people think. I think, because yeah, some people write strategy off and think, oh yeah, just pit at this time, it doesn't matter, but you've got to get that pit time perfect, because at the end it can really matter. Sometimes, you know, you mess that strategy up by a lap and you've got to pit with 1 lap to go and stuff like that. So they've got to make sure everything is done and dusted. And also, if you're the likes of Vecchia, Bonga, Manfredotti, you kind of want to be on a similar strategy, in the sense of, if you know, one of you got to splash and dash, you hope the others two have to as well. Otherwise, things don't go to plan. But also, you want to make sure that you pit within a couple of laps of each other. So, for example, Vecchia, who pitted earlier, he then had to catch up so many seconds to these guys. You don't want to have to do that if you've only got 10 laps to go. You'd rather be with them anyway and just keep that consistent spot, rather than dropping back from pitting earlier / later and then having to bring yourself forward again.
And we've just got just over 2 hours to sort this all out now from here to the finish. Can Marler Racing Team get themselves a 7th place finish ahead of those two who are so close in behind them? It doesn't look like it's going to go PGZ's way. Askari Karkinen just over 8 seconds behind. Had a question in on YouTube chat, by the way, about the gaps between Drago Racing and Team Redline, saying they watched the first hours yesterday and the two teams were very close, but they changed driver and were suddenly losing about a second a lap or so. And whether the gap is down to driver skill. I think one of the big things throughout this race has been the importance of the draft. If you watch the very first hour of the race, you will have seen that a long, or a big part of the field rather, was absolutely together in the in the field, and that wasn't necessarily down to the fact that there was so many drivers going at the same speed, but the draft keeping them together, and that was very much the case in the early hours. Drago did a very good job, in fact, to stay within the draft, but Redline were trying to shake them again and again and again, and eventually they did manage it, just to shake them out and get rid of the draft for Drago Racing. And I think in a pure race, yes, Redline have been quicker than Drago. That much is pretty clear over the course of the 24 hours, but it was really tactical, I think, the way that the draft was working in those first few hours, and that's why we saw the race situation that we did.
Certainly, as we get a brilliant onboard here of Gianni as we head through Puon in the BMW here for Redline, as we head our way down towards the Lafania chicane, or Piff Path, whichever you want to call it. And you can just see here, nice and smooth with the steering, heading his way through, and then of course onto the brakes, in towards the double right-handers. And you can just see how smooth these drivers drive. There's no constant flicks of the wheel trying to correct things. They just turn in and the car pretty much does what they want it to do at this level here. And you can of course see ahead of them is the Marler Racing Team. That gap now is, let's have a look, around 1.6 seconds. So it's shot down under the second here over these past couple of laps. And to think from where this car was earlier on to now be in the contention for 7th place is rather something.
It's not far away from getting some more draft here, Johnny Vecchio, but we're also not far away from the end of another hour. So he's got rid of Manfredotti out of his slipstream, as you can see in the rear view camera. And now his eyes will focus forward, but what about that fuel load that he's got right now? Is that going to be enough to get him to the end of the race without getting a splash and dash? Because if they do have to splash, it could even invite Apex Racing Team back into the top 10. That's how much time you would likely lose in a late pit stop, because the pit lane is so long here.
Yep, indeed, it is a harmful one, isn't it? Especially if you get that strategy wrong and you got to pit for, you know, do that extra pit stop. It costs you so much time. And yeah, that's not what these drivers want, so they need to make sure they get everything sorted, ready for the end part of the race. I mean, they'll have 2 or 3 maximum pit stops here from this point forward, with just over 2 hours to go in this race. Of course, it's been a very, very enthralling 24 hours so far, and with 2 hours to go, you start to sense that things are going to close up and things are going to get a little bit more interesting here. Of course, in the midpoint of the race, you can get a position, but at the end it doesn't matter because you could lose it quite easily over the, another 12 hours, for example. But at this point here, you want to be making moves now to solidify yourself that position for the end, because in 2 hours, if you can get a spot, an extra position, it's not that easy that cars can just fly past. It's not like in open wheel racing where it's swap, swap, swap here. If you get that move done, you're pretty much going to stay ahead if you play your cards right.
You've got to be smart about when and where you make your moves, but with the way that it just seems so much quicker, it does seem like Redline are going to maybe get past and then not look back again. But 7th place should be their limit here in this race, the way it's looking at the moment. Let's see though, while Vecchio continues to close. You can see the gap on the bottom of your screen there. Down to first briefly to get the front turned in down there at the bus stop chicane. 1.3 the gap over the line. Bonga again under big pressure here from his fellow BMW driver. With 2 hours 12 still to go. 21 laps now complete for Vecchio. He's not going to make it on fuel as it stands. So they just need to be a little bit careful about that Redline. Just need to monitor his fuel load, because, as I say, they're going to lose a top 10 if they have to come and splash and dash.
Yeah, exactly. So they need to do a bit of fuel saving here. Make sure they got enough to get themselves to the end of this race, or at least to have enough at the end, for the end, as we continue our way on in towards Lacombe once again. And that gap, 1.5 seconds, just hovering between 1.4 and 1.6 seconds is it here between Bonga and Vecchio as they head through down towards the next braking zone. Of course, the hairpin, and then behind we do see as well Manfredotti, who's got those 2 lapped cars for company, but luckily hasn't came under any pressure, so he's still comfortably sitting in P9, just getting himself to the end of this race as well. And I think Ferrari would be happy with the top 10 either way, because I don't believe they started in the top 10 here.
I would need to check that. It feels like the grid and the start of the race was so long ago. It looks like the grid feels so irrelevant as well, doesn't it, at this stage in the race. If you look at the movers and shakers through the field and who's gained some and lost some, whatever, the order completely unrecognisable from what we saw at the very start of the race. But that's 24-hour racing. That's why we say qualifying really doesn't matter in 24-hour racing, although I would argue with the way that iRacing special events are going in terms of their relentless consistency, these teams, it is becoming more of a thing that qualifying is pretty important, even in a 24-hour race like this. I mean, for example, Redline couldn't have done what they were doing right now, for example, if they'd have qualified down in 50th place. That would have put them way too far back.
Yeah, certainly. I think it matters to an extent, but of course, if you start in the top 20, you can easily finish in that top 10, possibly top 5, depending on the team. But then again, like we saw at the start of the race, there was a massive pile-up, cars off everywhere. Even if you do start last, you can gain 10 positions in a lap here. It's insane, isn't it, how much you can gain at the start of a race. So if you do start further back, all isn't over instantly, because you can see as well, so many cars get DNF'd and end up losing out. I mean, unfortunately, both, or the other 2 of the gridandgo.com cars, unfortunately, no longer in this race. And I think if they were, they'd certainly be up the top end of the field, that's for sure.
Yep, I think so. We've seen the 001 certainly prove that gridandgo.com esports have some good speed, and they've shown that over the course of iRacing special events in 2025, taking the Daytona 24 hours overall, although that was in GTP rather than in a GT3 car like this. Still shows they've got the speed across the team to compete. So many big names taken out towards the start of this race on the opening lap. Both Grid and Goes, you say, the 003, 004 took about 100 laps or so for the 002 also to fall by the wayside, but also one of the fiercely forward cars dropping out early on. BS Competition seeing a car fall by the wayside. All 4 Williams cars dropping out early as well. Their 2 Academy cars and their main team cars as well. Impulse Racing, Falken Sim Racing, Solpec Precision Racing. So many huge names dropping out very early on in this race because of a very big crash. It feels like it happens every year, but There is so often a really big crash at the start of the Spa 24 Hours, unfortunately, which does take out some real big competitors.
Yeah, it's a shame, but it's always destined to happen. You've just got to have your wits about you on that opening 5-10 minutes until things begin to settle down and gaps start to fall. But at the start, it's going to happen, isn't it? When you've got 60 other cars on track heading up our region Radion. It's not, it's not really going to end well, I don't think. But luckily, the 2 red lines have been untouched since the start of the race, and now sit 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead of third place, 2 tenths separated by each other. And I mean, surely at some point this has got to be a little bit boring for them, hasn't it? Just continuously sitting behind each other.
Winning's never boring.
True.
I remember as it used to be a drive myself, when I was driving, in the midfield, wherever it was, it's so difficult to concentrate. And as you say, just get a little bit boring, just riding around whoever. But if you're winning like this, you know that your team is dominating all of the others, and that's what this is at the moment for these two. I think it's very, very clear that you're not going to be bored at this stage. You're going to be absolutely loving this out front. They're going to be really enjoying themselves. They'll probably be chatting quite a lot, I would have said, for a serious sim race like this. Normally you want silence, you take it very seriously, and they will have been doing for the first hours of the race anyway. But as soon as they've got 1 and 2 like this, and they've started to drag themselves away from the rest of the field so comprehensively, they'll be chatting away amongst themselves. They'll be enjoying it, having a laugh and a joke, and the serious stuff will come later when the two teams decide amongst themselves who is going to take the victory.
Indeed, and I do expect a battle between these. I don't think they're just going to leave it. I think they are going to have a nice little battle towards the end of the race, but I think we'll give each of them more space than other teams would, that's for sure, because they don't want to end their race, or at least end up losing lots of time at the end. As here you can just see, once again, closing in as they head down towards Lake Cobb, and then they both just head onto the brakes and continue on. That's all they've been doing for the past couple of hours. That's all they'll do until the remaining, I'd say, last pit stop, and then things might get a bit spicy. Battles might start to happen here between our 2 leaders. But, I mean, I'm noticing as well the gap there between 3rd and 4th, the 2 Drago Racings, Fenolosa and Rubelar, has also came down there. That gap's only 4 seconds between those guys, and it was a lot higher earlier on. So 3rd and 4th are starting to close in. The question is, do they, if the gap comes down enough, let the 2 Dragos go for a bit of a battle?
Yeah, hopefully that will happen in the final hour or so as well. If you've just been looking in the rearview mirror, by the way, rearview camera as it is these days, that's Richard de Jong just in behind them for Coanda Esports. So now just 4 on the lead lap. 2 Ferraris, 2 BMWs, no Porsches on the lead lap anymore for Coanda Esports. But this is helping Mitchell de Jong drag himself away from Jarno Kok last time round, half a second actually, 5/10 of a second. So that Coanda Esports car is just putting itself in the situation where maybe a top 5 finish is going to be possible, even though they've got 7 laps more fuel to take on than the 001 in that last pit stop of the day.
Yeah, certainly. We'll have to see what happens with that as we head our way back down towards the braking zone once again. And then we can see as well, I'll have a look whereabouts the battle is going between Bonga and Vecchio. It's 1 second as there. Oh, perfect timing. Straight onto Ruben Bonga, 1 second ahead of Gianni Vecchio in the number 22. That battle, I think he's one of those that'll stay like this for a while, but give it the last half an hour, things will heat up as long as the number 22 can at least get to the end without making that extra pit stop at the end.
Well, yeah, they're on lap 25 right now, which suggests at the end of the next one, they'll have to come in. That would still be short for my money. They need to save a lap somewhere, in my opinion. But where are they going to manage that from? I just don't know at the moment. Yeah, not sure that's even really possible for them, to be honest. But anyway, 2 hours 4 still to go. Let's see how the battle resolves itself. I would still put Marlow Race Team as the favourites to hold on, I would say, as we ride on board again here with Gianni Vecchio.
Indeed, as they're heading their way through in towards Blanchemont Corner, and that gap now, as we said before, just over or just under a second here between the two BMWs. The gap there, 0.8 of a second here as they head their way through, and of course down in towards that next braking zone, and that slipstream, if they can get it down towards the Lake chicane, will be very needed and could bring that gap down to around 3 or 4 tenths here.
Just that start of the slipstream now is going to start to really help that BMW. Let's look at the lap times again. 16.5 for Bonga, 16.3 for Vecchio. As a change for 19th place, Louis Carl comes out of the pit lane to be overtaken straight away by Tim Matsker, actually, in the Maniti Racing green car. It's the car that finished in 11th last year in the Porsche. Don't think they're quite going to repeat that success again in 2025, to be honest. 3/4 of a second for Vecchio. Now the slipstream starts to take its effect, but he should be coming into the pit lane at the end of this lap.
Certainly, of course, as we know, a little bit out of sync compared to some of the others on strategy, that's safe to say. He's done 25 laps in this stint. Ruben Bonga, 23 laps in, so we'll be in a couple of minutes as well. And then, of course, the Ferrari of Lorenzo Manfredotti has got around 8 laps left on his stint, and then he'll be in the pits. And I mean, every time they pit now for the next, I'd say they have 2 more pit stops here. It's going to be interesting because you never know where these 3 are going to enter out, because they've got to get their pit stops correct, and one minor mistake here could put Redline ahead, Redline behind. Same goes for Ferrari and for Marla, because they're only separated by 3.5 seconds, if that.
Yeah. Super congested at this part of the field, that's for sure. Well, we're coming up to about 2 hours to go or so. Been myself, Nathan Richards, myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Nathan Richards alongside me. We've not changed round. Nathan, it's been good to have you here for the last 2 hours. Just before we let you go, though, just give us your thoughts on the last couple of hours, where we've seen some proper racing, some proper battling, which has been fun. And we're bubbling up now nicely to the final 2 hours as well. Just give us your thoughts before we let you go.
Indeed, the battling's been great so far. You know, ever since I jumped in the box around 2 hours ago, there's always something to watch on track. Lots of key positions being made and lost, and then, of course, Redline at the front. Absolute dominance. I don't think I've seen something quite like it ever, or at least for a long, long time. And, of course, a pleasure to be in the commentary box here on RaceSpot for the first time. So, yes, it's been a fun one, and hopefully I'll see you all around in the near future.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Nathan, for being alongside me for the last 2 hours of this race. Now closing in on the finale of the Falken Tyre 24 Hours of Spa in 2025. So we go to Drago Racing, running 3 and 4. Be pretty pleased with their afternoon, really. 3.5 seconds between their 2 cars as it stands. That is one of the closest battles now out there on the circuit in its entirety. Well, as the seconds tick by, delighted to say that myself, Ewan O'Leary, are going to be joined by Lorenzo Bonda for the final 2 hours of this race. Going to be fun to watch the conclusion of this one, Lorenzo. The 2 Redline cars have dominated, and that's the big headline here, but which of them is going to win, and how are they going to sort it out? I hope, personally, there's going to be a great inter-team battle in the final hour. Maybe I'm wishing for too much, but they've got to sort it out somehow, and it's got to happen in the next 120 minutes.
First and foremost, Nate, just like Agent Smith would tell Neo in Matrix, I am the sound inevitability, you know, I am back. And I told people I would be back. And it's the same thing for Redline. It's the inevitability. I think they're due to a 1-2. Unless Ewan, of course, that's your real name, unless you truly changed it, there will be some drama, and I don't think there will be any drama for the remaining 2 hours of this race, because if that ever happens, I think they will hunt you down in England.
You can tell I'm tired at this stage.
Yeah, no, it's fair, man. It's we've been doing a lot.
Yep. You've done more of this race than me, so there you go. We've got more reason to be getting things wrong in the next 2 hours, but I'm sure I will do it as well. Another lap will go by, and the top 5 at the end of this will all come into the pit lane. We'll have a rejoin with the Marla Racing Team car as well at the end of this lap, maybe actually, as they come towards the end. We'll look forward to that. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll see whether number 22 can get into 7th place, but still concerned that they're consistently pitting before the hour mark. That's doesn't seem to be worrying them, but I'm not sure how they're going to sort of get by that, really.
Same. I was having this conversation, I think, with David. Like, sometimes, especially for these teams that are pitting before the hour, I think at this point, I don't think they care about, doing a 27 lap stint. I think they're just going with what they want, and basically they'll take the splash and dash towards the end, as we see like clockwork, like the British trains. We see St. Coitert and Lebigra into the pit lane for their second to last service. Potentially gonna hand off the car to someone else, because I think they've been on that double stint strategy, unless they correct me in that certain sense.
I think if there is going to be a driver change here, it'll be the last one of the day for any of these drivers. It seems like the right time to put your final driver in to meet. But let's see. Coitert and Lebigra will come to a stop in a couple of moments' time and tell us exactly that, the answer to that question, whether they will get out of the cars now or whether it will have to be later. They do now come to a stop, and they do change driver. Chris Lulham gets into number 20. Picked up a small injury towards the end of last year's race, and so couldn't really contribute towards the finish, even though it was his car that took the victory alongside Florian Lebigra. He gets in this time round to go alongside his compatriot Luke McEwen, who said to me that he's targeting at this time of the year these couple of racing special events, 24-hour races that are going on at this time of year. Both of those Redline cars seeing their driver changes, and that will be the last driver changes of the day, you would expect.
Yeah, unless something dramatic happens, that mostly likely will be the case. But then again, it's Team Redline, right? Ewan, when was it the last time we saw dramatic with Team Redline? Maybe potentially pedals, connection, because they have a flair for that kind of stuff.
See it very often from them.
Yeah,
in terms of those errors.
Yeah, unluckily for them, they don't have a full lap advantage on the whole grid this time. No,
I mean, that's unlikely to ever happen again, really, in an racing special event, I would say. Even in the rain last year, it didn't happen. Now then, this, I think, is live pictures of the 22 car, unless I am mistaken, with that BMW right in behind into Blanchemont. That's pretty nervy, but yeah, through the corner. They will now be chasing the Marla Racing Team, who have also come to a stop here. Lucas Herrmann will drive this car to the finish, and he will have some defending to do from Gianni Vecchio as well, who sees that BMW in the background going to the pit lane. Surely it's going to be the end of the stop in a moment for Herrmann, and this is taking a little bit of a while. When is he going to find it? There we go, 41.4 seconds, a little bit long, but anyway, now into Eau Rouge and up the hill. He is going to come out fairly comfortably in front, but those warmer tyres for the 22 car going to mean that it roars up to the back of the Marla Racing Team BMW, and I think actually he's going to roar past as well before too long.
Yeah, I think at the point of this race that it is 34 Celsius degrees, it's not going to take like 3-4 laps for you to probably start to get within the full rhythm of the car. I think it's about 2 laps. You probably build up the heat of the tires in the third one, and then truly you're feeling the true pace of the car feel alive in the third one. So there will be some struggles, of course, just because there are so many marbles around the racetrack. You can check, you can even see here on our live pictures how many marbles there are around the not the optimal lines. Because you're on coat tires, the likelihood of you going to those areas, it's larger than normal. So the time deficit could actually be higher than what initially is expected between Herman and Vecchio if Herman actually just goes to that line one single time.
You can see that Vecchio also struggling with that cold tyre on the last lap. 17.6 is a bit slow, even at this stage in the race where the marbles, as you say, are all over the place and the track temperature has risen to 10 degrees higher, more than 10 degrees higher than what it was at the very fastest point of this racetrack. And very helpfully, they're that bit of a distance, although now he pulls over to the left-hand side. That's Romanidis, I think, if it is still him driving. No, it's Thibaut Pavreau, sorry, but 269 who just slips through, and now Vecchio's got a real chance. He's only half a second back.
Yeah, like a big old shark. The fun stuff, I think, was, I don't know if it was Oscar sending him messages saying that he's doing too many stints in the car. Him, Johnny, because they joke around him being retired and everything. So poor old Gianni suffering, a little bit of mental pressure from the Mala car.
And it's not going to get past this time. In fact, the Mala car is going to get the slipstream of the Ferrari a lot better than Vecchio gets it off of him. So that's a very nice gap that he opens up suddenly.
Yeah.
But it will close in again through the corners. This is where Vecchio's got to make the difference and get close.
My only question, has the wing fully fixed within that BMW of Mala? Because me and David had a running topic while we were talking about it, like on with 76 hours to go, about that car having the need of fixing itself every now and then. Oh, nice save.
Big save. Well, semi-big save, I would say, through Pouan. Just a bit of a snap.
It's not a Spets-like save.
No.
Which I still think is the save of the year.
It was about 11 hours or so ago, if you want to rewind on one of the previous streams to have a look at it. This is WSR Esports, again dropping it on the power out of the final corner, not quite hitting the wall. But that's the second of those I've seen in the last 2 hours, which is a bit odd for cars that all have traction control. Down the bottom of your screen, though, Johnny Vecchio is closing in here in the slipstream. And there may be a lunge down here on Lucas Herman, if indeed he wants it. No, he lifts off early this time.
Nah, he's going to cook Lucas.
Maybe eventually, but for the moment, he's just not quite passed into La Source. It's a good run from Herman on the traction, but may not be enough. Half a second. Now Vecchio starts to bring it back the other way again now in the slipstream here, so there may be a chance by the end of the Kemmel Straight, but how hard do these guys fight over it? Because they've got the 50 car that's not pitted yet up in front of them, and if they fight too much, they might stare each other into the abyss if they're not careful. Vecchio now into the slipstream, 3.5 tenths of a second, but wait for the lifting off. There we go.
Attaboy. Gotta maintain the fuel save, isn't it? Of course, they're on the offset, so doing that fuel save is gonna help him a little bit, and whenever he thinks it's the proper time to pounce, he will pounce.
Oh, wide, Herman. And that's almost a gift to Vecchio. Now then, that was interesting. Johnny Vecchio does not want to go past because he needs to fuel save for a lap. And I wonder whether that was on purpose from Herman running wide or whether that was a genuine error, because the Marla Racing team are playing tactical now with Redline number 22, because that car needs a lap of fuel to be saved. And Vecchio's going to get it if he trails Herman this entire stint, but maybe that was Herman just trying to say, well, please do go on by.
Yep. The strats, the inferior strats has started to happen. So let's see how this one will play off, because I'm interested in this one. Not just for the sake of the community, but because and content as well. Because this is interesting, of course, being a battle for position within the top 10.
Just listen in here.
Oh, he's lifting everywhere he can actually start to lift.
From even before the pit path chicane, he was lifting off. It's a bit unusual.
I'm trying to
We've
think.
also had... I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask. I don't know if you. I don't think you have that. Maybe if you have that data, that would be great. But I haven't seen, I think, any of the Redlines doing 27 laps, haven't they? I think the max they've done were 26.
I'm not sure whether there was some early in the race. I think there may have been.
Yeah, so...
In the very first hours, maybe there might have been something. I reckon. Let's see again. Yeah, there you go. Big lifting off. I think they can get 27 if they save like this for an hour, but let's see. Drama for Drago Racing, unfortunately. Number 069 has been into pit lane twice in the matter of a few laps. Unsure why, but Ricardo Rico is now driving that car, and that's a real shame. Leaving just one bullet in the gun for them. It's Carlos Velosa, who I think is going to get his podium, but nevertheless, it's disappointing that Drago are not going to get 069 into fourth. In a bit of a puzzling moment for them, really.
I wonder if Ricardo had any outlap shenanigans. Because we've seen that happen with the 269 car. Right before Thibaut Prevost actually took over the car again. So it wouldn't be the first, most likely might not be the last. If they had something of that, and that prompted them to go into the pits.
Very weird for them. No crash as far as we can see on our replays. So unsure as to what's caused this at the moment, but it is Drago Racing the ones who will suffer and lose out on positions to Coanda Esports and probably Grid and Go as well in the 001, because they were fighting over fifth earlier. Might be fighting over fourth now, those two teams. And a real shame for Drago Racing, but we've got an hour and 45 to push and get that position back again. And of course they won't have any fuel concerns now, not that they had any before, but they certainly won't have any now.
Yep, they're safe for one more pit stop all the way till the end. No more problemos. But it's awkward. I'll try to find out what happened to them.
Yeah, we've investigated a little bit behind the scenes and seen no crash. So unsure how they're going to play this from here. Closest battle on the circuit still Herman and Vecchio, as expected, but where is number 50 going to come out in relation to them, because they are both slower than number 50 as things stand, with the fuel saving games going on, and they're just looking at each other a little bit at the moment. Manfredotti's going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap. I wonder whether he's going to jump them maybe for a brief moment before his tyres properly come up to temperature.
It's going to be interesting because it's like the gaps are quite big between each other, aren't they? So don't know if that's gonna prompt to be the case for him to get closer and get funny around the racetrack.
Manfredotti is going to pit at the end of this one to make it closer, but let's see afterwards whether it descends into anything else. Any battle maybe, and a chance for the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team to get back involved in the fight for 7th, which they were involved in earlier on in the day. and then of course lost. This is the only Mercedes in the race, and Line GP have just pulled off to the side of the circuit. Now will they have to tow? Should be a real shame if they do, but no, just comes to a stop. Now uses the turning circle to get back around again and into the race again. So that was a weird one for Line GP. Antonis Despotakis, who is now down in 22nd place, chasing a top 20, those guys right now.
Yeah, and I saw people trying to push them or cheer for them to try to get within that top 20. Unfortunately, that makes the job a little bit harder. Although, good to see another car that is not a Ferrari or a Porsche or a BMW.
Exactly.
On the grid.
I've enjoyed seeing them anyway out there today for this race. As Lorenzo Manfredotti comes into pit lane. And we'll get some answers on some of those questions in the not too distant future as well for the Marler Racing team and the Team Redline number 22 car as well. We'll see whether this car ends up actually out in front just for a brief moment while they're on cold tyres and on a lower fuel, or a high fuel load rather, as they go two of the Drago cars with a Porsche in between them. The number 50 comes to a stop on the right-hand side of pit lane and now will receive its service. Maybe a driver change as well for the last time this afternoon, although Manfredotti not long into that car, so maybe we'll stay there. And there is live in the main part of your screen. There is another change. It's Oliver Steinbratton who's going to get back in for that final hour and 40.
Apparently we had an issue, I think, with one of the Fiercely Forward cars, and Maniti just at the exit of the pit path while I was still searching for this issue with Drago.
Okay, we'll try and get some vision on that in the future as well. Meanwhile, the Ferrari does get out in front, so these two have stared each other into the abyss just a little bit here, and Herman will be saying, well, if you want to hang out behind me, then I'll just slow up a little bit here and prevent you from getting 7th place. So good strategy from the Scuderia Ferrari esports team, who get themselves into 7th place. Now Marler and Redline have to do the work to close, although with the cold tyres on that Ferrari, it shouldn't be too difficult.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate moment right there, but especially at the final hours, man.
And don't forget, the Ferrari hasn't yet short fueled. They go 7 laps further than the rest, but they haven't short fueled yet, which would surely put them even further in front of these two.
Yeah. By the time they short fuel that car, I think it's going to be about, give or take, is going to be about 10 seconds, 10 to 12 seconds. But they got to take full advantage of what they can to make that overtake and get ahead as much as they can before anything else.
Defence from Steinbratton there into Stavolo. That was a definite defensive line, and they're so close through the curve ball fair now. Vecchio's almost going to push Herman. They want to go both past the Ferrari by the looks of it here. Certainly Redline doing. Not sure Herman does. So they're going to be side by side into Blanchimont. One with cold tyres. Round the outside, Lucas Herman has to go off the circuit slightly there to get into 7th place. And that one might be argued about. Vecchio's now going to try and follow through as well. He wanted this to happen. He wanted to get past the Ferrari, but he's not able to do it just for the moment. Out of the final corner, he's bent! He's gone! The Scuderia Ferrari car goes around! And that could be the end of the challenge for 7th place for Oliver Steinbratton, rather. Scuderia Ferrari go for a spin out the final turn. And it's going to be between the BMWs. That Ferrari number 50 might well be out of the game now for 7th place.
Oi, 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 oi. Here's a replay, Ewan. Steinbrotten trying to get a little bit racy with their former teammates. Maybe caught some marbles at the tail end of that Ferrari. And then Doom comes right after. Gets spun around, loses about 7-ish seconds. 5 to 7-ish seconds. We're going to see what happened to WSR now.
Oh,
On Falken. Ow. Suboptimal.
Totally
suboptimal.
I didn't. Oh yeah, that's even less suboptimal, or more. Whatever.
Yeah, more.
Yeah. Frankly, I didn't realise Falken was still in the race. I thought they'd retired, but number 33 is indeed still in the race. They're outside the top 30. Alexander Thieb is there. Their other car is retired. That's the number 44 car that retired after crashing at the start. So, yeah, good to see that Falken are still in the race, but not as good to see that incident. As meanwhile, this is a great chance now for Marlon Racing Team to try and break the slipstream. They know how much Redline are relying on that slipstream to save the lap of fuel required, and so Herman's trying to get a bit of distance here and trying to break the slipstream entirely. He's about 2/3 of a second away as it stands currently.
It's crazy what one set of tires can do to someone, especially fighting for position, right, Ewan? It's just insane, man. And Herman with the courage to pass around the outside of Blanchimont. If that was me trying to do that on the outside, 9 out of 10 times, that would have been a big fail. Especially fighting someone with cold tires.
Exactly. That's what I was going to mention. The cold tyres there is the one that, for me, makes it into something really quite extraordinary, actually. That in that battle, that suddenly makes it, yeah, really, really impressive. Because, you know, the likelihood there of that Ferrari just having a slight twitch, slight bit of oversteer there at such high speed, you know, there's nothing he can do about that at that point. And he can't even see it because it's happening on his direct left-hand side.
Yeah, and not only that, you don't have a lot of grip. We've seen time and time before these cars struggle quite a lot for grip and are much looser than normally expected, especially on these high-speed corners. So why try to take the corner like you would normally around the inside? I know you're trying to maintain track position and everything, and you want to break away. You're fighting for that whenever you come into the pit lane and everything, right? But it's like, you must accept the losses. Of course, they've been driving for so many hours now. It's just like us commentators. They're just as tired as sometimes as we are. So might have been a misjudgment at the moment from Steinbrotten, and unfortunately he paid a very costly price. Luckily for him, the car is still in one piece, but the time loss, it's something that he might not be able to recover even with the pit stop afterwards.
Yeah, they will be rather tired at this stage. There's no doubt about that. The drivers, as will we. But there we go. It's our job to go on as Vecchio now gets back into the slipstream proper from Herman, and he's going to be saving some real fuel here. But will Herman just try and slow this down to allow number 50 and maybe the PGZ 114 back into the fray as well? And again, early lift off from Vecchio. Are they doing enough to get that 27th lap? It's still a big task, even with the slipstream. Trying to keep the speed, but also keep the fuel saving. A very, very big task.
Yeah, that extra lap, like we said, very needed for Johnny to keep himself away from issues into the pit lane in the final stint. And I think even then, Ewan, he might not be completely safe. Let's just say if they have an extra lap or something like that on the final hour, and that completely catches the German driver off guard. And he has to reside into the pit lane and take like a 50-something second loss just because this run to the pit lane is quite considerate.
a really long pit lane here. I don't know about you. I'm wondering why they didn't try and do this earlier, because I know you weren't on the broadcast at the time, but the disconnection for Enzo Benito that has put them off strategy like this happened with over 10 hours to go. Why have they waited another 8 hours to finally decide that now is the time to fuel save?
I could be wrong, but I think there were moments in the race they kind of like drove all by themselves. So it's hard for you to fuel save properly in the night where the fuel consumption is higher. And of course the speed of the cars are higher as well. And be able to do that. Of course, there were patch moments they had traffic and things like that, but I don't know if it was proper traffic. They were fighting maybe with back markers. So it's that thing of, you know, track position and everything, and maybe they haven't had the opportunity within those 10 something hours to maybe do a 27 lap stint, you know. So we would have to look back on the VOD and see their situational moment at the time, to be very honest.
And it is true probably that they were driving on their own for a while, and maybe they didn't want to be stuck behind some of the drivers that they actually ended up passing in the end, because they did drop to about 13th, but or 15th, sorry. You know, some of those teams a bit further down, maybe a little bit slow for their liking, and they wanted to leave it as long as possible so they could get the fastest team as possible to follow while doing it. But it does seem a little bit rushed. But if I was I don't know about you, if I was the Marla Racing team right now, I'd be very tempted to slow right down and, you know, really make them make a decision here. Yes, you might well save your fuel, but also we're going to invite two more into this battle for 7th place, one of which is in a better fuel situation as both of us, yes, but certainly better than Redline, and sort of force their hand in that way.
True. That is one other topic one other good topic that you bring it up. And meanwhile, just quickly, as the guy ahead of them is the one I've been trying to look for information. Apparently, the 069 car came twice into the pit lane because they had a speeding penalty in the pit.
I don't understand why they wouldn't have served that when they made their actual stop, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that could have been on pit exit. That's my other guess.
Yeah, that's the only thing that would explain that. Because otherwise, But even then, that's exceptionally odd. I mean, at this level, I know everyone's tired, but speeding in the pit lane on pit exit is really quite elementary stuff, really. Ricardo Rico, new driver behind the wheel, and maybe the pit limiter wasn't activated for whatever reason when he left the pit lane, just accelerated up to a high speed. But yeah, that's pretty poor, really, for Drago Racing. It's cost them a big result here.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think they're so used with the fact that they don't use pit limiters, right? They kind of manually do that. They have their own brain pit limiter, right? If you want to talk about pit limiter, right? Ewan, they try to explore the leniency that sometimes you wanna try to do here on the racetrack, of maybe going a kilometer extra so you can get that second, maybe second advantage. Because I think there was a research done by Benecca. That was a long time ago. I would say 2019-ish, of how much you can actually gain time with using the pit limiter. Using the pit limiter with the quick upshifting and downshifting, because the car gains and loses speed while doing that, and no pit limiter. And no pit limiter was basically the way to go. You could gain like a full second or something like that, not using it from the full run from start to finish. So is that thing. I think at this level of sim racing, where the SOFs are so high and everything, they kind of have to resort of doing that from the top of their brain, and I think that could have been just a costly mistake from Ricardo Rico at the exit. But we would have to. We would need to grab the replay and check it out properly if that was the case.
Yeah, I know that was a thing in IndyCar circles for a long time about not using the pit limiter just to save that little bit of time. But you know, I almost wonder whether it's worth it. I know over the course of a 24-hour race you make 23 stops, and if that's a tenth of a second per stop, it's 2.5 seconds. But you know, is it worth the risk? Because you know, they've just lost over a minute speeding in the pit lane. So I'm not sure the risk versus reward balances out for me.
No, I think at this point I am inclined to agree with you, but let's just say, all right, let's put the hypothetical situation of that both those Drago cars, right? They were very close to the Redline ones, which would be what would be the ideal race scenario if that happened like 20-something hours ago, which that's when it should have happened. That second actually makes a very big difference, especially when coming into the out lap. But now I am 100% agree with you. It's just kind of like bring the car home. There's no gain for you to, you know, get that, try to get that second back or something like that when you are nearly more than a minute behind on your competition. But at least it will stay within the top 10, but I know they're going to be frustrated with the fact they just lost a 3 and 4 place by a human mistake.
I wonder whether they've actually brought the 269 back here to pump draft them effectively and help them along in this race to try and get that top 5 back again in this race. I just wonder. But let's wait and see in the next few moments for Drago Racing. They're certainly running around together. Last time round, Rico was quicker the time before last time, but what about this time round? Again, 16.5 it looks to me, so half a tenth of a second or so caught Yannick. He's going to need a little bit more than that because the gap's 13 seconds, nearly 14, and of course Grin and Go do have a fuel advantage over Drago Racing as well, and there is the 001 getting its own help from another Ferrari.
Yeah, from the Manini car. That's been a polarizing car from the start of the race until now.
That's the just incremental gains that are being made by Rico. It's a very, very small, but 001 team. Be very thankful for Maniti hanging out around there at the moment. Maniti Racing also in the last running car in this race today. It's not this one, but it's in 37th place. The last running car, Maniti Racing White. Someone was actually exclaiming earlier that there are 20 cars out this race, expressing some surprise at that. 22 out the race so far, when you consider that for, what is it, about 10 or so hours now, about the halfway mark, we had 20 cars gone. Now we've only had 22 gone. It's a very good rate of attrition in the second half of the race, but wait until you find out that only 25 cars made it to the finish last year. Even more attritional race 12 months ago.
And think like that on lap 1 only 16 cars were involved. Only. More than 1/4 of the grid actually got involved in the shenanigans on lap 1 and basically DNF.
Yeah, well, it's always seems to happen, doesn't it? Always seems to happen off the start of this race for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know. It's my naivete. I said this earlier. I don't know if it is my naivete or something like that, or my wishes. Just my. I'm not gonna say the word that I really want to say, but it's like my hopes and dreams to see a clean lap 1 and all 56 cars running. But then again, so many cars and people want to climb up, especially those who haven't had a qualifying, that they put yourselves in risky situations like this. And I've seen the clips from the officials. The clips from the officials played out exactly as the same as we seen over here on lap 1.
Well, let's continue to ride on board then, shall we, with Gianni Vecchio, this very interesting part of the race here where Redline are trying to save the fuel required to get them home. See if they can do a 27-lap stint in about 20 minutes time or so. For now though, here's some RaceSpotTV fan immersion as we listen in to the fuel saving ongoing in car 22. Well, there's a lap on board with Gianni Vecchio. Still saving the fuel required. And they're still keeping just about the advantage over those behind, Ola Steinbratton and Oskari Kakkonen, who are closest behind them. Marla Racing team so far, Lorenzo, have not been doing what I was previewing about 20 minutes ago or so, and trying to slow down to make Redline make a choice. At the moment, they're quite happy to tow them around.
Oh, you're looking for the pure drama. Ewan, I haven't seen this chaotic side of you because I always thought you were like neutral good or something like that on a good Dungeons and Dragons alignment, character. I didn't think you were chaotic good. I like that side of you. We need to see that more from you, Ewan. You want chaos. I like that.
I don't think it's my desire to see chaos. I just think it's tactically a good thing to do. Maybe I understand why not, because of that spin for number 50. It means they've got a very realistic chance of beating number 50 actually. And if they slow down, then they're not going to beat them because of the shorter final stop that Ola Steinbratton's going to have. But I just think it's tactically the right thing to do. At the moment, they're sort of giving a lap of fuel away for free there to a team who desperately need it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's good old strats, but I think at this point they don't want to risk a situation where apologies. If let's just say Herman starts doing that and Gianni gets caught off guard and basically it ends both the races, right? Because the one thing you really don't want to be doing is being unpredictable or trying yourself within unpredictability at a certain moment where you might get yourself caught off guard and you cause an incident that you originally don't even want to do it, right? And not only you jeopardize your race, but you jeopardize it someone else's race as well. But I understand what you're saying. It's those I'm trying to find automobilistic warfares that you can try to do, but I think at this point they really don't want to do it with 1 hour and 18 minutes to go.
So far, they are more than happy to continue on like this, but you can certainly understand both sides. As again, Vettel gets really close to Herman and then lifts off. He must not be using the brakes very much, Vettel, with the way he's fuel saving around. Of course, it's probably worth starting to preview what might happen in the last hour between the teammates as well. It's going to go down as one of the closest 24-hour races in iRacing's history, I think. But are we going to see Redline consolidate right the way to the very finish, or are we going to see them start to battle in the final hour? I do wonder whether they might just say, sort of decide who's going to win in voice call and do it that way. Just run like this to the very end. I hope not, to be honest. I hope they do fight, but at the moment, obviously they're not going to. They're going to leave it to the final hour. How long are they going to wait, though? And what form is that final battle going to take on as well? Going to be a very interesting final hour in that respect.
I would say they're probably going to leave it all this way to the last lap or the final 2 laps and see who's going to come out winner in this battle between Lulem and McKeon. The thing is, would Max allow them to do that? According to Ron Mons earlier in the day, he is negotiating with Toto a seat at Mercedes. How much that is true, I have no idea. How many, but is that thing, man? If Max allows them, or the team manager allows them to fight in the last lap or the second to last lap for the victory, within the boundaries of playing fair, they will do it.
Yeah, I hate transfer rumors, I've got to say.
Well, Spa's around, man. Spa's around us, man. That's when the full fiesta is going to begin. The lollipop fiesta is going to begin of the transfer rumors and everything. We saw Horner get out a Red Bull. What's next?
What is next? So earlier, we already knew this time last year that Hamilton was going to Ferrari. So
yeah, now there's rumors. Yeah, now there's rumors of Drugovich going to Alpine.
It's hardly front page news, though, is it? Really?
Yeah, but it's Red Bull. No, it's Alpine. I couldn't care less. I would be more excited. I would be more excited to hear, like, let's just say Dynaco Motors is buying Alpine than my fellow countrymen going to Alpine. If I'm Drugovich, I'd slide that bullet and I go straight to Cadillac. But I'm not gonna be. It's like I'm not gonna go into all the rumors that I've been listening Formula One. Otherwise, my brain is gonna melt.
Yeah. Also, don't you just find it the most least interesting thing in the world? Because that's how I feel about it, to be honest.
I know where you're coming from, but I think for F1 enthusiasts, I am an F1 enthusiast. It's all fun when you do see something that, for example, like the Max Verstappen circus, right? Because you don't know where he's gonna end up, and you have all this uncertainty with the new cars and everything. That it literally shakes up the market, because if he goes, it's gonna shake up the market, I think, quite considerably. So that's only why. I think for the average person that might be looking from the outside, could be seen this as interesting as well. But I see where you're coming from people that like motorsports, that this is not interesting. It's fair. It's a fair assessment.
I'll see who's driving for who at the start of next season, and that'll be enough. Through the final chicane for Tristan Iglesias, who went very wide there. Had a good PESC season this year, 2025, and is slowly working his way up the ranks into Commander Esports sort of higher echelons, if you like, the higher class drivers of that side, especially of those who regularly on iRacing and doing the big events. Fourth place could be a decent finish for them. They're using Team Redline effectively to just drag them away from 001. Is now nearly 20 seconds behind them, and just in the last 3 hours or so, they might have secured a fourth place finish, even despite running outside the top 5 and on the fringe of the top 5 for most of the day. They're certainly going to end the day as the best Porsche, which will be pleasing for them as well.
I think it's going to be pleasing, but I'm just trying to pick their original placement. If I am correct, that number 8 was P8 and P4 in the. So that number 8 was actually pole. So it might be a little bit of a letdown being 4th place and 1 lap down to the Redline cars, knowing how strong is the Commander team. But then again, given how everything happened at the front, going back to 4th place in a grid that when they started the race, I think they went to from 1st to 10th place or something like that, and then had to slowly go up into the ranks. I think they're gonna see this as a positive, and I know Tristan was a little bit spirited up with the fact they were catching up to people inside the top 10 and top 5 a few hours back.
Quite a bit of traffic in front of the leaders at the moment. Yano Cup has a lot less. We'll try and use that maybe to close in these crucial few laps here. He's now got 13.5 seconds over Ricardo Rico as well. All of them doing just a little bit better times right now, actually. Now that we're getting towards the finish. I guess it's because their fuel load's coming down again. And the track temperature, very, very manageable this afternoon. 29 degrees Celsius on the racetrack. It's been a very, very overcast 24 hours of Spa, but no return of the rain like we saw 12 months ago.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I would have liked to see the rain back.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it would bring something different. But it's like, I don't make the weather. I'm not iRacing weatherman. I'm trying to remember who played the weatherman in the Anchor movie. I want to say that might have been Steve Carell, but I would have to look again into the movie to see if I'm actually guessing right. But still looking forward to see that pit stop from Grid and Go, because I still think Coenda's place, it's not safe on the track. And whenever they do the short fueling, I think they're going to be about 5 seconds closer to Coenda, and then they're going to get engaged into a massive battle for 1st place.
Well, I think 1 lap takes about 1.5 seconds of fueling, so what's 7 times 1.5? About 10 seconds maybe they'll gain, so...
Yes, start to finish.
At the moment, that would have them 8 seconds behind. It would at the moment. I still think that's probably just a bit too big of a margin at this stage in the race. You know, that's just a little bit too big to really catch up in an hour. You know, we're getting to the stage of the race now where you can look at a gap, see how many laps remaining, and say, right, I need to gain such and such per lap. And you know, 26 laps, 8 seconds would be less than 26, about 20 laps, 8 seconds. You're getting towards 1/3 of a second a lap, and that is. That's difficult to do over a driver like Tristan Iglesias.
Yeah, who's won races at the... you can correct me, but I think he did win a race at the Porsche Esports Super Cup. So at the Jaguars Porsche Esports Super Cup, and he also had notable results as well in other events. So yeah, it will be difficult, that's for sure. But then again, Jarno Koch, it's a very good driver. I think he can pull out that one out of the bag. Question is, in my point of view, is 8 seconds catchable with like 50 minutes left, 40 minutes left? It's very hard. I think he would have to do what, 3/4 seconds faster per lap, and maybe count with a little bit of luck. We'll see.
We will. There's Ricardo Rico. What inroads has he been making? Last time a 10th, but again he'll lose about 10 seconds to 001 by fueling more. He's trying to get his teammates to help him along, but it's just not happening at the moment. And these are the kind of battles where you wish that fuel and tyres didn't happen at the same time in the Lorenzo, because we could have the situation where a team decides to skip those tyres to gain the 20 seconds, get out in front, and then try and cover themselves, try and defend in the final 45 minutes or so, final half an hour on those old tyres. Always used to be the fascinating point of an endurance race there, when someone on old tyres has to defend from someone on new, but just doesn't happen anymore, because as long as you've got more than half a tank to put in, you can do tyres as well, all 4 of them.
Yeah, if you can waste 16 seconds of your time fueling the car and putting tires, you're going to be doing that. It's kind of, I know we've banged around the table of the meta, that meta, right? That you do this IMSA, it's basically the IMSA pit stop where you can do fuel and tires at the same time. For some people, I know, takes so much of the strategy away, and we wish that could, like, for future endeavors, you could have the IMSA pit stop and the normal GT3 or prototype pit stop like you would have at WEC, but that would bring the strategy aspect away, maybe risk something extra. But we'll see if anybody's going to try that crazy market. It's just that Spa, even though it isn't the hottest track out there, does have some effect in the car behavior with used tires. And there is some consumption in these used tires, even like from 39 to 29 Celsius degrees, than that these guys just done.
It's the crucial stage in the race. There's Herman towing Vecchio and distancing Ola Steinbratton as well. Are the Moller Racing team continuing on with this, letting Redline go to secure 8th for themselves, knowing that 7th isn't going to be possible? There's the gap to Ricardo Rico. It's over a minute back to 069. They're not going to be getting ahead of that car in the time remaining. Need about 3 seconds a lap, which would probably only be possible if they put wet tyres on or something. That's not going to happen. But yeah, Herman is still towing Vecchio around, and surely 22 has done enough fuel saving now. We're going to find out soon, though. This is the end of lap 24. Can they go on 3 more?
If they reach that hour mark and go for like the pit stop with literally an hour to go on the dot, then you can start saying, interesting, then maybe they can actually bring something out of this race. But I think they have to pass around the hour and pit with like 58 minutes remaining for them to be completely safe in the race, and maybe count with an extra lap if that ever happens.
And do we actually know at some stage whether Vecchio has got the fuel here, and whether he's still trying to save fuel? Just under a quarter of a second now, under 2 tenths. Vecchio right there, and doesn't decide to go through. Again, could be tactical anyway. Even if he has saved the fuel, he maybe doesn't want to let everybody know about it, which makes sense. Through Malmedy, can he do the laps required here? Everybody else can. I think he's the only driver inside the top 16, as far as I can see, who is even remotely concerned about fuel. Everybody else should be absolutely fine.
Good that we're watching this unfold, because this could have major impacts in the race. Looking forward to it. As we're approaching some of the pit stops happening real soon. I know that we're due to see Johnny come in first from the top 10, but then after that is going to be the leaders, and followed by Drago, I think, whenever they come into their pit stop as well.
1 hour 3 to go in this race. This will be the lap 25 for Gianni Vecchio. I think after an hour of fuel saving like this, you should be fine now, but those nerves are always going to remain. You're always going to be just a little bit skeptical whether he can make it or not. Surely, though, he can. As they now brake for the bus stop chicane. Out the other side. 1:02.5 to go. So it would only just be over the wrong side of the hour, actually, if they'd done the same amount of laps again here. But you don't want to be risk running it too close because your teammates will be fighting for the win. And as I said earlier, and we said again, you don't want to make a splash and dash at Spa, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think it stands as the longest splash and dash in motorsports. It's like 50-second run into the pit box just to waste like 3-ish seconds in the pit stall for fuel. And you come back out.
There's Olaf Steinbratton, who's just been distanced in this last hour by that spin at the final corner could prove to be crucial. And I get the desire to try and stay with those two and the excitement, but you just feel he maybe got caught up in it all a little bit there, Olaf Steinbratton. Maybe a little bit caught up in the excitement of the battle, because realistically, Scuderia and Ferrari, even if they were overtaken by Marla and Redline as they were into the bus stop, they were still ahead because of their fuel situation, but no longer because of that spin for the former Redline man.
Yeah. And he never managed to catch up, hasn't he? Which is also another important thing. Is like what I said before, whenever you're driving by yourself versus two guys following each other, it's hard for you to get closer. You need to have them battle consistently and then pray for something else for you to get closer. So we'll see what happens as the pit stop started to happen, as you can see on the right side of your screen. P20, P21 for Races and WSR, from what it seems. Oh.
Too early though, surely.
Yeah, no, sorry, WSR and SDR Sim Racing that are pitting, not for Races.
And there goes Gianni Vecchio. He's going to make the move into the final turn. And does he have to come into pit lane? No. He has saved the fuel, though, and he's made that very clear. So Lucas Herrmann has towed them around for an hour, and now Redline are going to try and get into the distance here. Marla Racing Team will have a chance to come back maybe into Les Combes, but this effectively is the race to be first onto pit lane between these two.
I got my scheming hands right here, Ewan. I want to see Herrmann fight back. Now I want to see him fighting back.
Is he going to? He looks to the outside. Vecchio's going to defend. Proper battling at the Spa-24 in the final hour as this race comes to a conclusion, and no, Herrmann lifts off instead. He's going to save the fuel behind the Redline car and actually lift off way too much there. He's going to give Gianni Vecchio a bit of an advantage here. He is going to take on a little bit less fuel, of course, than that Redline car, and he's going to take a lap on warm and on low fuel as well, a bit of the overcut as well for the Marla Racing Team for just a lap or two. However, Redline are through, and maybe they're on their way to a 7th place finish with car 22 as well, despite its many problems this afternoon.
And it's kind of amazing how much has Vecchio broken away from Herrmann, right? I don't know if they still linger some damage from that incident that Bonga had a few hours back with the wing in the back end of the car, but nevertheless, 7/10 of a second within the sequence of corners on sector 2 is somewhat impressive from the German driver of Redline. And Herman is not catching, man. Wow.
No, he's nowhere near. Nowhere near. Just less than an hour to go, and I can't see a way back for the Drago Racing team at this point, and I'm not sure I can see a way back for Ferrari either. This is getting out of their hands now. As Charlie Vecchio comes into pit lane this time around, he's got 58 minutes to go. He will have enough fuel to make it to the finish.
Johnny Cook and Ginny Alforno, Mr. Herman made the overtake when he was supposed to make that overtake. Now that he is safe, he's not going to care anymore. The one thing he cannot do, Ewan, is bottle that pit exit. If he does, he's going to get haunted in his dreams by the community.
Yeah.
And I know there are people who wants him to fail. Trust me, I can. And I'm probably gonna run out of numbers in my fingers.
Now the other two red lines, by the way, onto the pit lane as Vecchio now gets up onto the jacks, and I think will stay in the car to the end. Although it's a very long stint for him to finish this race. It's probably best just leaving him there now, with 57 minutes still to go. Now then, Herman's going to go on for another lap. At least. He should be in at the end of this one. That should mean one less lap of fuel taken. Also means another lap on warm tyres and low fuel. And if that means the Redline car can get out behind and the Marlow Race Team car's in front, then maybe Herman's got a chance of getting back into the slipstream and maybe even defending as well. But otherwise, it's going to be quite tricky as the top two come in together again.
Like glue. But it's weird to see the last few laps from Herman, like mid-high 16s and then now a 17. It's kind of like the car performance got worse as they went on a lap-by-lap basis. It's a bit awkward, but what matters for them is they are still within the top 10, you know. And I think there's a swap from the red line 1-2 cars at the exit of the pit lane.
Yeah, Lulham and McEwen come out of the pit lane, and they are still 1 and 2 as expected. In comes Fenellosa though for his final stop of the day. Same for Lucas Herman, who needs a very good final stop as well. We'll see some of those who go a little bit longer now as well. Just continue on, because there are some cars with just a little bit of a tactical advantage here. 001 and number 50, as we've talked about. There is number 22. Can Vecchio get in front here and consolidate 7th place? What would be a decent recovery for Team Redline after a big spin at Blanchimont 2 hours in and a bit disconnection as well, with just over 10 hours to go.
Yeah, I think they're going to be celebrating that, even though they're going to be slightly dissatisfied with the fact they haven't got P3. Because I think on normal circumstances that P3 would have been theirs. But with everything that transpired for them and still maintain a top 10 finish, I think it's a win on anybody's books. And I think it should be the same for these guys, given the fact what happened to them.
Still down on pit lane is Herman, who's now changed to Ruben Bonga, of course. Sorry, go ahead.
Also, I was going to say, Spat's coming in for Fenellosa as well.
Yeah, so a couple of driver changes in the final hour here. Now then, Bonga's got a job to do here. A big pit exit required. He does get out in front, but it's not going to be a very big margin at all. And how much does he defend? He's got to defend loads, surely. And weaves around immediately on the straight. Cold tyres, a huge factor here. The Marlow Racing team spent 40.1 seconds in the box. Vecchio just 0.7 of a second longer. And so that's a bit of the advantage. The warm tyres and the lower fuel load as well. The better in-lap for Bonga. But now he's got to defend on this outlap and the second outlap as well, because those tyres are always cold coming out the pit lane.
Yeah, it will take a while for him to be properly built up in the heat. Now the question is how much the Bonga drums are going to be in effect putting pressure on Gianni Vecchio.
Yeah, mate, don't tell me the number one car's coming out, by the way, after 841 minutes. Oh, it is. Matteo Cuenza is back out the pit lane after nearly 24 hours of being on the lane. Goodness me. 21 hours, sorry, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but still. 21 hours on pit lane, and the Williams Gaming Club number one car is going to be back out onto the circuit, and they're going to gain a place as well. So, not that they care about that, but Cuenza wants a bit of fun at the end of the day, I think.
Yeah, you kind of stole my line there with that. With the fact that they're going to gain one position, they're going to go from P49 to P48. But back to Vecchio.
Live pictures. Sorry, Lorenzo, down the inside foot. Gianni Vecchio. Oh, and he blocks passes there. Ruben Bonga. Meanwhile, Maniti Racing green. Oh, and they've taken their rear wing off. The final cold tyre run of the race. And they've taken their rear wing off there. And that is a top 20 finish that will maybe actually be retained because they've got such a big gap. There was one lap between STR Sim Racing and the top 20, and that might have just saved Maniti Racing Green from dropping out of the top 20, but it may not have done. They're still on pit lane right now.
Oy, oy, oy. When I said it probably wouldn't be the last, I was correct, so I'm being Nostradamus again, but don't blame me, don't at me. It wasn't me. I haven't. You guys seen this happen time and time before, so don't at me.
Oh, look there, look from Ruben Bonga. You can tell it's the final hour. The racing has probably started now. Gianni Vecchio just in front of Ruben Bonga, who's going to try and keep those tyres up to temperature here and try and stay with the Redline BMW. If he can, he'll have the slipstream, and that will just help him stay in touch in this battle for 7th place.
Yeah. The question is, my only question is if that car is healthy enough to keep up with Vecchio whenever the tires are properly built up. But I think that by the time it is actually built up, it's gonna. Maybe the gap is not safe enough, as we see the issues with the other Maniti car, the white car.
Oh my word!
And another broken wing.
That Ferrari rear wing would come off in the wind, I think.
Yeah, it's made out of paper, man. It sometimes even the slightest contact when you try to bump draft, it can make the wing of the Ferrari, wane away. It's like that, man.
Well, that is a shame for both of those Ferraris. But it does look like Ferrari are going to get a podium. I think for the first time ever, actually, in the RS6 Spa 24 hours. Certainly with the 296, it's the first time ever. We're focusing in on, though, the battle between Redline and the Marla Racing team, because Bonga is staying in touch. He's got it over that cold tyre period, and now he's still there, just in the slipstream. That's exactly what he needed to do. Now he's got to try and challenge Vecchio if at all possible, because I think if you let him get too much of a gap here, that 22 car will just generally slowly pull away with the extra speed that it has.
Now you made me curious about the podium stuff. Let me see right here. Last year was two BMWs and a Ford Mustang in the podium. And I think the 296 debuted last year, if I'm not wrong. I'm going to check 2023.
Yeah, good point. I'm not sure if it was around quite in time for 2023 or not.
No,
it certainly raced last year. 13th place was the best place, by the way. Best place car, Valkyrie competition. Finished 5 laps down in the Ferrari. The best placed of the Ferraris last year.
Yeah. And last year it was the 488
Okay.
in 2023. So the first running was 2024.
Yeah, 4 got to the finish. 4 out of 25 is pretty decent strike rate for a manufacturer. Further down, by the way,
I agree.
we've got a battle for 21st as the Maniti Racing green car has lost its top 20. SDR Sim Racing are in that position. Line GP and Verasius are going to fight for 21st at the bottom of your screen, and the battle for 8th at the top between those two BMWs and into the pit lane. I thought we were all done with pit stops, but not quite for Verasius. And in fact, Line GP will be in as well, so that'll be one to watch. For people asking, by the way, in YouTube, whether these are the last stops, yes. Any stop with less than an hour to go will be the final one of the day.
Yeah, and not only Voracious came into the pit stop, it brought the grid and go car as well for the final pit stop. Now we're going to see how short they're going to stay in the pit lane and what is going to be the time gap to maybe Coenda whenever they come out of the pit lane.
Down the other side of the hill for 001. How long is this stop truly going to be? They're going to get unlapped by that battle at the top of your screen, as you can see, but that will be of very little significance. The battle will really be with Coanda Esports. They're yet to come to a stop. Now they do. And at the time, they had about 35 seconds or so. So I suspect they might be in front for a brief moment here. Maybe. Well, I think maybe actually they'll just be in behind as Ruben Bonga gets close at the top of your screen here, in towards the Lecom chicane, and he's going to go for it. Oh, a bit of defence there from Vecchio, and that was reactive defending. We don't like to see that. Generally, you want to see proactive defending before the driver behind tries to make the move, but Bonga moves right, Vecchio saw it, moved right as well.
Yeah, and Bonga had a little bit of a look around the outside of Lecum, but fell back into the line because I think it's important, given the fact that there's a Zenith car right behind them. It's a back marker. The number 83 sits in 36th place, driven by Xavi Sierra. So I don't think he's going to be overtaking those guys because he knows that battle in front matters more.
Is that TC Esports just in front actually here in the BMW?
Yes.
Yeah. They're still running 35th. That's Baptiste Jimenez back at the wheel again.
Yeah.
Miraculously avoided Gregory Hofson earlier on this morning.
By the way, if Zenith catches up, that will be a battle for position. Now it basically becomes an interesting scenario.
Oh, they're in between the two. Ruben Bonga's going to have to get past. Oh, and he takes an off track. He'll hope, he'll hope that he's got some, he'll know he's got some to use up. And look at that. That's why he was so nervous about it. There's the defense, as you were discussing. Jimenez didn't want to give it up to both so quickly there because he knew that Zenith were right in behind. And there you go. That was pretty nervy. Again, not sure why they took such care over that, because Zenith end up in pit lane anyway as Ruben Bonga gets close again to Gianni Vecchio.
Yeah, it got a little bit scary, but then again, I was actually taking a quick look into Sierra's stint. It was a 15-lap stint in that car, whereas Jimenez, I think, just finished their first lap. That basically was the out lap for the car. So back to you, Ewan. I think Bonga is going to try again.
Is there going to be reactive defending? No. That's a bit better for Vecchio, and now the tactics begin. So we've seen a lot of that over the course of the day, but that was to start fuel saving again and so on. But this is not. This is about Vecchio saying, okay, you can have it for now, but in 45 minutes time I'm going to be ahead of you in 8th place. They might just be remembering that Ola Steinbratton still hasn't stopped yet, and if they're not careful, they'll come out ahead of both of them.
Talking about Steinbratton, I'm going to check the gap. Right now it's a...
Minute and a half?
It's a 23-second gap. Oh, no.
Okay.
Wait, no. It's not a 23-second gap. It's a 29-second gap. 1 minute and 29. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You might be right on point that Steinbratton could have them just as close as coming out of the pit lane.
think it's going to be one of those. Jonnekock wasn't quite as close as I was previewing, by the way. Tristan Iglesias is 8 seconds in front, and he's got the 2 red lines in front of him as well, which have reversed places, by the way, since they came out. McEwen back in front of Lulham again. Wonder when they're going to start to properly race. But these two down the bottom of your screen certainly are. They're not on the same team, primarily. And so they're properly going for this in the final hour of the Falken Tyre Spa-24 in 2025. And Vecchio does a bit of lifting off, just as he had been doing in the 23rd hour of this race.
Hey, if it ain't doing at a certain point of the race, you ain't trying. So better late than never, I think.
Still no Tyre Bratton in, so it's got to be this time, lap 26, where he pits in. We'll keep an eye, but let's see what Bonga does this time round, and whether Gianni Vecchio wants to come back past again, or whether he wants to leave it to the last lap, or how he's going to play this tactically. Bonga goes to the middle of the road, showing a bit of defence. Vecchio showing that he doesn't really want to attack for the moment, and well, how long's that going to last? 42 minutes to go. It's at least going to last while Tyre Bratton doesn't pit. I can say that much. But this race is going to change once that Ferrari makes its way back out again.
Agreed. And from what it looks like, their first lap. Just taking a quick look right here. 2016.5 for Bonga, whereas the Tyre Bratton did it 16.6, nearly 7. As Tyre Bratton is in the pits, here we go.
So then, how long is this stop going to be? It's only 29.8 for Jonnekock, who's been out there now for 3 laps. So you'd expect this stop to be 25 seconds, maybe.
Give or take, yeah, something like that.
We'll just keep an eye. We'll try and get some vision of that number 50 pit stop, just in case they decide to keep the warm tyres on for the last 41 minutes. I don't think they will, because the new tyre advantage is going to be too much in that case, but they might do, so we'll just keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, this is a battle for 21st. Oh, and contact! Contact for Lion GP, who are fighting for a spot in the low 20s there.
Wow.
And they go off the side of the circuit. They're into the gravel, and they have got damage. The only Mercedes in the race with late damage in the final hour. That's heartbreak for them.
Oh no, I honestly thought they might have been out of the wall, man. Oh no. Oh dear.
That is heartbreak for them. That's a long stop, isn't it? 32.2 for Tyre Bratton.
Where are Mala and Redline?
They'll be pretty much side by side here. They're going to get him on cold tyres, I think. Why was that pit stop so long? I don't understand. Either Jonnekock has not got enough fuel on board to get to the end, or Tyre Bratton's got too much on. But anyway, we'll find out which one it is in a moment. Bonga's in front for now, and Gianni Vecchio's staying behind for now, because he knows that they've got to work together to try and get 7th place here, unless they're going to be fighting for 8th. There's the weaving Ferrari up in front. It did go on the Jackson safe tyres, or get a new set rather. So 23rd pit stop and a 24th set of tyres of the race for those two. For all of them, in fact, all 3 of them. But how quickly can Tyre Bratton get up to speed? There is a lab car in there as well here that doesn't quite know what to do. That's the last running car for Maniti Racing, and so they're just trying to stay out of the way the best they can.
And now it's going to be a wrench in the mix of all these things for Mala and Redline. You can even see the blinking of the headlights coming from Bonga at the entry of Pujon. Now you're Maniti. How do you negotiate that going to pit path?
Where do you go? And now they move to the left. They'll lift off to let them both through. And where does Bonga go? Through the pit path chicane is not going to be a place to make a move, but maybe into Stavolo. He's missed the apex slightly as Tyre Bratton. He just doesn't quite have the heat in those tyres. He defends into Stavolo. Inside line in time for the right-hander. Bonga will get the better exit here. Gianni Vecchio's crawling all over the back of him as well. Got to be careful through the curve Poufrère. They all slow up here. And Tyre Bratton's going to get freight trained, is he? Vecchio's going to try and follow him into that 7th place. Ruben Bonga, he is going to get the place. Tyre Bratton's going to have to back out of it, and his challenge is going to be staying with these BMWs.
will be some dirty air. I think he might have to take a off track on that, but I don't think he kind of did. So what's important, he is right behind them, and you can now see the TCE Sports going on the inside as well of the Maniti car. I don't think that's for position.
No.
Though.
They're 2 laps apart. Not sure why they did that. And TCE Sports aren't quite sure why they did that either, because they flashed the lights. Again, oh, La Source. That's a bit of a late dive. And they get away with it. So Maniti Racing do now stay out of the way. So Steinbratton is now in the rearview mirror. Does Vecchio now start to attack Bonga or not? Do they try and distance him here? Because don't forget, it takes 2 laps for those tyres to get properly up to temperature. And these 2 BMWs could get rid of the Ferrari if they work together here in the next couple of moments.
Yeah, but you can even see him a little bit of a zigzagging from Steinbratton, trying to get the wheels up to temperature a little bit on the camel straight. But in my point of view, I think you said everything. If I'm both Bonga and Vecchio work together, you try to break at least more than a second away from that Ferrari, because that Ferrari stays within the back wing of both of these cars. It will trigger danger, because a 3-way battle with 37 minutes to go for top 10 spots and everything. I wouldn't want to be Johnny Vecchio staying in the middle of that sandwich.
No, and I don't think he will want to stay in the middle of that sandwich for much longer. 9/10 of a second, though. I think they're getting rid of Steinbratton this lap. I think they are going to manage it, and that is going to mean they might well work together for a little bit longer as well, because if they start fighting like they were earlier, they'll bring him back again. So that could mean half an hour or so of working together now for Bonga and Vecchio. Not ideal for either of them, but they'll just have to delay their fight for a little bit later on. There goes the 1 second mark. The Ferrari is officially out of the slipstream, and yeah, I think the BMWs are going to go up the road now.
Now let me check the gap between them over here on our light timing. 1.1 seconds separate the Vecchio from Steinbratton. It's still enough to pull the Ferrari car around, and one single mistake can bring that Ferrari back again. The question is, now that Steinbratton got 2 laps in within that car, can he do something to get closer to both of them while driving alone in this 5-car train?
If you're just tuning in, by the way, everybody can make it to the finish from here inside the top 15. So no need to worry about pit stops anymore. It is all about the run to the end and the battles that you see on the circuit. The battle for 7th, battle for 14th, battle for the lead. There's a lot going on out there at the moment. Does Gianni Vecchio go for it now, or stay behind Bonga? He stays behind again. Those BMWs want to put Ferrari behind and consign them to 9th place this afternoon.
Yeah, but still, gap is quite short. It hasn't gone away all that much. Still around 1.1 to 1.2 seconds. It's a quarter-to-corner thing, how it will develop. I think Steinbratton will have to push a few corners to stay closer. I think it's kind of like doing that, but it's not overdriving the car. It's just how well coordinated Bonga and Vecchio are actually collaborating with each other and sharing draft in some of these corners that are making the life of the Ferrari a little bit more difficult.
In behind, Malte Jansen and Alexander Davidson are on the bottom of your screen. That's the battle for 14th. They can also both make it to the end of the race. A sort of stop for Davidson has created this battle where it didn't exist before. Commander with 2 cars inside the top 15, but might go down as a bit of a disappointment in this race. They do have a car in the top 5, I suppose. But let's see if they can keep 14th as well down the bottom of your screen. Davidson closes in here, and just to the rear end of that Porsche into Lecom, and no chance through that time round. What about Vecchio? He looks right and left, but again, no chance. The 2 BMWs just about working together for now, but they have not got rid of Steinbratton for good. It's only 1.1 seconds.
Plus, there's a good old saying, Ewan, if you have incidents to use. Now off track is a resource.
If I've heard that before. Oh.
Have you've heard that before, or you never heard that before?
I don't think I have, no.
No, it's something that I like to say from time to time, and I've seen people hear from time to time. I'll just say you have 100x and you just use like 20. You have the 80 left. Of course, at the cost of your own safety rating, but hey, they're out there for you to use.
Yeah. I mean, in long races like this, your safety rating should improve exponentially anyway. I think even I remember when we did this race, we got collaboratively up to almost 100x. Didn't quite get a drive through, but nearly 100x. And you know, everybody, even nearly 100, everybody gains loads of safety rating. So.
Yeah, because it has so many corners and there's so many laps that it's very hard. Unless you're like Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, that you would get like 250 incident points. Like they would have to do it like back in the early days of this race, so that you can actually get a safety rating loss.
Into the final sector for that battle for 7th place, and on the run up to Lecom again for those at the bottom of your screen. Some of those who have had some slightly strange strategies this afternoon come out of the pit lane for the final time. Davidson is not close enough, I don't think, to make a move this time on the Porsche. Vettel certainly is close enough to pass Bonga. It's just a case of whether he wants to, and the thing seems to be at the moment he doesn't want to.
No, right now there's still too much risk. They're starting to break away somewhat from Stein Bratton. I saw the gap increase to 1.4 at a certain point. Oh! Sorry,
Davidson was on a real squeeze there, and he does get through. Well, that was quite impressive. Anya Hansen, who has another look down the inside, doesn't get through. That was a real squeeze for Davidson, and very nearly contact between the two.
Yeah, I think squeezed Johansson to the point where he actually got into the marbles and made a very nice overtake.
And Vecchio does something similar here. Stein Bratton's put further into the rear view mirror. Onto the front straight. Bonga not quite all the way to the white line, showing that he is looking in his mirrors and worried about what the Redline BMW might do in behind, but for now it doesn't make the move. This is a replay of what happened for Davidson. Bit of a squeeze, looks tight on board, but in the end just did it rather nicely, really, into Bruxelles. Yeah, pretty much. And that's how he got to 14th place.
Just want to see where did that WSR Esports red car begin this race. Sorry, the Adidas racing by WSR. It is still a WSR car. Let me see where they started this race. B5? Wow.
These are the only battles really out there on the circuit at the moment, the ones that we're following. The two red lines in 1 and 2 are not fighting just for the moment, and I know there's some we'll keep those leaders on your screen down the bottom right just in case they start to fight, but some people are going to start to get worried at this stage that they don't fight at all, those two red lines. They just bring it all the way home together.
Plus conspiracy theory time, Ewan. Lulem didn't drive the final stint when he won the Gold Cup in the real life 24 Hours of Spa. That was Thierry Vermeulen that drove the Aston Martin. Will they let Lulem go past and let him win that 24 hours just to reward him for winning the real life stuff? I know McEwen is leading right now, but will there be any team orders like, yo, Lulem, you won the real thing, now you can run the virtual thing? You can actually finish up the drive and win?
Well, don't forget that Lulem won last year alongside Florian Lebigra, Diego Pinto and Max Verstappen. So will they say, you know, it's not your year this year, you can trail in behind, and we'll finish as we are. Luke McEwen in front. That would be his, I think, first win for Redline. Bonga goes on the defensive, doesn't need to. I think it would be, yeah, his first win for Redline. Certainly in a special event like this, it would be for McEwen. Gustavo Ariel would get his victory as well. Oliver Steinbrecht was actually in that Mustang that came second, just 14 seconds away from the win last year. Now they're in the best place Ferrari in what is set to be that Ferrari's, anyway, the 296, his best ever finish at this race.
Yeah, and I was looking over here at McKeon's results at the Tag Heuer Porsche Sport Super Cup. He actually won a sprint race, but he didn't win that for Redline. He was still an Apex Racing team driver back then, so I'm trying to think if he actually won any events for Redline. Like you said, I think this might be the first. I cannot remember him winning, I think, the Glen, or if he raced the Glen at all. I couldn't say. I forgot to watch the Glen. Not that I forgot, I was actually busy. IRL.
Yeah, I haven't caught it either, I must admit. Now then, into the final push drop chicane. Vecchio again close, but again he seems to want to leave Steinbrecht just flailing for the moment. Try and distance the Ferrari rather than fight. But how long is that going to go on for? Because Bonga starts to show signs of defending. He doesn't quite trust Vecchio that he's going to stay behind the whole way. And, well, he isn't going to stay behind the whole way. So Bonga's just preparing himself for that proper defence when it comes. And for the moment, it's he's defending fresh air on a couple of occasions.
Yeah. And just pretty quickly, McKeon actually won at GTP at Glen. I just had checked that out, and I also saw the chat as well. So it wouldn't be his first victory, but it would be another major victory in his profile for Team Redline.
Yeah, I of course commentated that race and entirely forgot, so I apologise. Classic. Meanwhile, Bonga again defends. Does Vecchio try and force this? Is he going to sense inevitability? No. He just gives a bit of a bump draft to that fellow BMW. And again, nothing doing. Can Redline finish first, second and seventh, or will it be 8th place? I wonder. That's the... or 9th even, with the Ferrari there as well. That's the decision they're up to at the moment.
Yeah, because it is an impressive work that Steinbrecht is actually doing. He's running the same laps nearly as those two guys in front. They're sharing draft. Steinbrecht is all by himself, and by the sheer will of that driver in the Ferrari, he's keeping up with them, and that's why they haven't broken away. It's kind of like I said, the pace of this race has been so tremendously high and even for a good portion of the drivers that getting close and breaking away, it would take something extra. That the slightest offset, negative offset of pace, you would get punished heavily, and you can see that Steinbrecht didn't even drive by himself. Again, like I said, is maintaining with those two guys, keeping the hopes alive. Let's just say if Vecchio fights, Bonga gets defensive, he gets back into the fray once again.
Currently completing lap 612 of this race. Already well past last year's distance. 594 laps because it hasn't rained this year in the iRacing Spa 24 hours. Still just the one 24-hour race in iRacing that has not seen rain yet, and that's the Nürburgring. Even though it was possible, rain tyres available for all 5 classes at that race, it just didn't rain, as it just hasn't here. So it's been a little while since we've seen in an endurance special event like this the rainfall on the circuit in iRacing, but there's still plenty of endurance special events to come in 2025 where there might be a little bit of weather interruption.
Yeah, we still have the Indy 6 hours. We have the 1,000 kilometers of Portimão. I'm not gonna say the MX 500 at Martinsville, even though you can rain. Yeah, you can put rain tires on oval.
Oh, and Vecchio just about gets to the inside of Bonga. That's for the first time with 24 minutes to go. And there's the risk. Ola Steinbratton could be let back into this if they fight too much. Bonga again defends into Bruxelles. Gianni Vecchio's got to make this move quickly if he wants to keep the Ferrari at bay. He's not able to. Bonga puts his car in the right position to keep 7th place.
And in one sequence of corners, the gap shrinks to 1.1 seconds.
Exactly. That's the problem. And that's why Vecchio hasn't been attacking so far, but his hands has been forced really by Bonga defending so much now. There was a small look round the outside there through pit path, but nothing doing, and Steinbratton is definitely there now. I think the worry, it's still in Redline's hands, because the worry for Steinbratton is going to be if Vecchio gets in front of Bonga, then he might well get away, and it will mean that Steinbratton can't get 7th place. David Haynes reminds me that it absolutely did rain in the Nürburgring 24 hours this year, and I just forgot again. So there you go. I did the last 2 iRacing Special Events endurance race, and I forgot important details in both of them. Here comes Gianni Vecchio meantime, outside the bus stop chicane. Again, can't do it. Bonga defends the inside.
Ay, ole. Ole, ole, ole. Ole, 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 ole. Gap sitting about 7/10 of a second average between them now. The Ferrari truly within the wings of both BMWs.
Anything doing this time round for Vecchio? I wonder. He's not quite as close, but close enough still. Bonga down the middle of the road. Goes right to the white line, in fact, and Vecchio just forced to the outside. Into Lecom, he's a lot further alongside this time. Around the outside, he's got the inside of the second part, and Bonga gives him lots of room in the second part. A great pass from Gianni Vecchio at Lecom, and he's through into 7th place.
And now he gets defensive from Steinbratton, looking around the outside. I think he just stayed around the outside and didn't go for the move. The question is, can they work together to get closer to Vecchio? But that was a textbook maneuver from Vecchio. Cooked Bonga all the way down to the entry of Lecombe, and when he stayed side by side, forced Bonga into a very difficult situation on the second leg.
Well, that was a strange bit of defending as well, down into Bruxelles, I've got to say, on Steinbratton, because that does allow Vecchio maybe to get away. 8/10 of a second. Surely Steinbratton's now going to work with Bonga to try and bring the Redline car back again. It's really tactical here. Deciding when and where to battle is so crucial, even in the final 20 minutes of a 24-hour race.
Yeah, like I read before, it's a 6D chess game, man. In high speed.
It is a real game of chess towards the end of this race. Something unlike what you'd expect to see, really, in an endurance race. And we're just keeping an eye on the leaders down in the bottom right as well, just in case things start to get interesting there. Final 20 minutes. Surely they're going to fight about it amongst themselves. Surely they can't just settle it in a voice chat between themselves. Maybe they can.
Oh, it's possible. I don't know if the Ferrari is going to risk trying to do a bump draft. I know sometimes I've seen occasions of Ferrari trying to do bump drafts, and the front and the splitter just comes off the car.
Yes, that would not be ideal.
Yeah, so that would be not ideal at all. As Bonga tried to get within the draft of Gianni, and he just decided to zigzag like the Indy 500.
It did look a bit like the Indy 500 there, but Bonga has gotten rid of the gap that was just teetering on the edge of being dangerous for him. So that's good news for Marlow Racing Team. They're still in this conversation as they're starting to use up some off-tracks now. You just look at some of the lines they're taking through some of these corners. They're starting to use up some of their off-tracks here that clearly they do have in the back pocket.
Yeah, absolutely, and you might have to overdrive the car a little bit to try to keep up, and I think that's what happened to Bonga in the Lecombe Immobility sequence right there at the highest point of the track, sitting at 473 meters. 470 meters, correction.
How many laps to go as well is another key question here. Might only be 8 to go at the end of this, which would be 9 for these three because they're just about ahead of the leader. That would be fine for Gianni Vecchio, who would have enough fuel on board to manage that. Saving in that previous hour, in case you weren't with us, was the real crucial one for him. Now he's fighting for 7th with the Marler Racing team and the Scuderia Ferrari HPE Sports team as well. And indeed his former teammate, Ola Steinbratton, who would absolutely love to beat the Team Redline car to the flag here this afternoon.
Yeah, and get closer to the top 10. Everybody close to each other. Gap sitting about 0.5 of a second between Vecchio and Bonga, and Steinbratton and Bonga about 0.2 of a second. Good racing between everybody. 17 minutes and 40 to go.
Maybe it will be 9 actually to go for the leads, which will be 10 for these guys. Well,
I think it's 9 laps-ish, yeah.
Going to be close to that. Now, should be 8, should be 8. Meanwhile, Vecchio again weaves like the Indy 500, and Bonga gets closer. Ouch, oh no, he's not quite close enough for the position light there and the Ferrari just blocking my vision of quite what was going on there. It seems the weaving from Vecchio on the straight is doing just enough to keep the slipstream away from Bonga to prevent him from getting quite close enough to make a move.
I wonder if Bonga is truly chasing, trying to give chase for an overtake. I think he's just trying to follow the toe to stay within the toe and maybe catch within those like final 2 to 3 laps for a potential overtake. But then again, we have to observe how Steinbratton is going to behave on the miss of all this. It's still the wild card. We don't know how the Ferrari is going to behave with the grip and everything in comparison to those BMWs, as track temperature is sitting right around the 31-32 Celsius degrees.
Yeah, it's not particularly warm this year at the Spa-24. Overnight it was down in the low 20s. Hasn't really risen low since then, really. Just 15 minutes to go. And some of the life been taken out of this battle for 7th place by Team Redline after making that pass on Ruben Bonga. But you've got to say it was a good pass by Vecchio. Ran the outside the first part of Lecombe to give him the inside the second, and yeah, slipped straight through into that 7th position, which now he doesn't look like giving up.
Well, it's going to defend tooth and nail for that. You can even see how aggressive Mala is getting around the bus stop chicane, on the interior of the bus stop chicane, nearly going 4 wheels off the in the curbing itself, so you can actually cut down as much time as you can to Vecchio.
And that is a lot closer this time for Bonga than he has been on the previous lap. So surely Ruben Bonga is going to have a chance now into Lecombe. If he gets a good run over the top of the hill, then it'll be right there. And here we go. Steinbratton just gives them a couple of car lengths here. He's not going to get involved, but the 2 BMWs are going to go into battle again here. Which side does Vecchio choose? It's going to be inside line. He's going to offer up Bonga the chance to do exactly the same thing he did. And there's contact into Lecombe, and they're both going to go wide here. That was a big squeeze from Gianni Vecchio, and Bonga takes the place. He goes across the Lecombe chicane, and Bonga's going to have a slowdown for that, surely. There was contact into Lecombe, and Bonga gets the place off the road. There's more contact. Vecchio hits Bonga into Bruxelles, and these two are going to start to be very unhappy with each other now with just 15 minutes to go in this race.
Oi, oi, oi. Can we say definitely even gloves are definitely off between these guys? All of this has been lost.
Yes, that is certainly true now. Bonga still trying to serve his slowdown. That might be more contact. More contact here as Steinbratton goes through. Bonga to the back. And I wonder whether he's got damage from that.
maybe some grip loss coming out of the corner right there. But that was a dangerous bump because he sends him right at the elevation of Pujon. But he's losing some gap fast. But the thing is, it's still within the back wing of the Ferrari, so he can maintain some gap. Now the question is, it is a 1v1. It's a mano-a-mano race between Tyre and Vecchio at this moment. But make it one corner, one sequence of corners, then this race can turn itself around.
I must say, I thought Vecchio maybe squeezed a little bit too hard there on Bonga.
And apparently the Mala car has damage.
Maybe it does.
Apparently was confirmed by Oscary, but we'll take as it is lap by lap.
I mean, they've dropped over a second behind now. We'll get some vision on the straight this time round. Just note that down. They're a second apart as they start the straight. If it grows really exponentially here, then we'll know the answer to that. But that could be the Marla Racing team out of the conversation for 7th, and maybe even Karkkonen will try and catch up as a result. And yeah, that car definitely has damage. Look at the gap growing there. It's over a second and a half already. Here comes Steinbratton, the two former teammates, into the com, and he doesn't go for it yet. 12.5 minutes to go. He's going to bide his time, but Marla Racing team aren't going to get this place.
Nope, they're not going to get even closer. The gap stands about 1.7 and it's increasing. 1.8, it is just going bigger and bigger by corner. So definitely Bonga has, I think, some steering link, tail link damage in the car that he has to nurse all the way till the end. Maybe he can earn a place if something dramatic happens between fellow former, one former and one actual Redline teammates.
And the two Redline current teammates, Luke McEwen and Chris Lullum, are at the bottom of your screen battling away as well. Chris Lullum winning his class in the real-life Spa-24 2 weekends ago. Looking to take the iRacing one now as well. I believe what will be for the first time for him, actually, if I'm not mistaken. So he would very much like this victory. But have they decided amongst themselves, those two Redlines, as to who should win this race, I wonder?
Yeah. How do you decide to win like that? Coin flip? Jock and Poe? Jenga?
Paper, scissors?
Or Mento and Jenga, I don't know.
Is it going to come down to the final chicane? Are they really going to, go at this properly, those two, or not? They've been so close throughout this race. They've been helping each other, and nobody's been able to stay with them working together like this. And how they've not hit each other at all is quite remarkable, to be honest. I thought they did hit each other actually on pit lane overnight, but turns out they were just very close. And it doesn't seem they made sort of any contact throughout any of the day, which is very positive. Good news for them. Here comes Steinbratton again, and he does go for the move. This time on the inside, and Vecchio didn't see that coming. He brakes late. Vecchio just braked a little bit late there. He's certainly got Steinbratton in his head at the moment, and he just made a little bit of a late defence there, and a little bit too late on the brakes as well. Just wonder whether that last battle is still lingering in his mind from 5 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah. Don't know if Vecchio is also frustrated with the contact because with Bonga, because I know that contact gave some rear right damage apparently to the Mala driver, and I think he's still trying to shake that off. But most importantly, I know the gap between the leaders and these cars are not the biggest, but I don't think it's going to factor in of them trying to overlap them. So I think they're going to have a clean race all the way to the end, as it stands with less than 10 minutes to go in this race.
Nine minutes to go. Marla Racing team still technically involved in the battle for 7th, but the damage is going to consign them to, at best, 9th. And they'll be unhappy with the way that has transpired, because it was side-to-side contact with Vecchio that sent them off the road at Les Combes. The Redline car came off better with it, unfortunately for them. And the Moller Racing team car damaged in, two of the same manufacturer going dead side-to-side contact. Bit of a weird bit of damage there, unfortunately, for Moller Racing team, who are going to be 9th, as I say. But will Redline keep 7th? Because Oliver Steinbratton is very close to taking it off them, and he's surprising them. Down at La Source, there was a bit of contact there, was there? It's good to hit Ferrari down the inside, just when they weren't expecting it, and Oliver Steinbratton's through.
What a move. Caught a Vecchio off guard with his pants down. Nothing that the German could do. But certainly Vecchio is going to fight back. I want to see the replay on that one to see if there was contact coming into La Source between them.
Here he comes. Vecchio again, outside line. No, not this time. And if there was contact, he will certainly be unhappy with the way it transpired. Bit of a slide, and through Malmedy. He's going to be looking for a move into Bruxelles. No chance. Bottom right of your screen, just 8 minutes to go between Lillum and McEwen. And again, they are still not quite racing just yet. Are they going to? Will they leave it to the last lap, or will they leave it as it is?
Yeah, we're still waiting to decide on the tic-tac-toe winner to see who's going to be P1.
Good point, by the way, being made in YouTube chat, that the Ferrari put its tyres on about 10 laps or so earlier, or later rather, than the, 7 laps later than the Redline car. Might just be making a slight bit of a difference, but at the moment, it feels like it's driver versus driver settling this battle for 7th.
Oh yeah, 100%. Two top drivers deciding for the win. Oh, I thought it would be a half spin for Johnny at the exit of Stavolo to Curve Pro Frere, well held by the German. And but yeah, this is all driver skill. This is all skill level. Tires, I think, don't have much of an effect in here.
Oh, he gets super close. He hits the Ferrari. He does go to the inside. Late on the brakes. Oh, and there is contact. Contact to Steinbratton. Just cut the chicane and he gets the place. There's smoke coming off the BMW. I've got to say, that was late on the brakes from Vecchio, who barely made the corner himself. And the way he's been driving in this last hour is not particularly easy on the eye. Oliver Steinbratton keeps 7th for now, but how long is this going to go on for?
I think this is going to go until the end of the race. Apparently they have no damage, even though Steinbratton accrued a very big time loss, which I don't know if he has already covered that already, but here comes Vecchio.
He's too far back this time. He's still got 4 laps, including the one they're on at the moment, so wouldn't be worried about running out of time. He should be able to close in again and have another go, but I've got to say, I didn't particularly like his side-to-side contact with Bonga. I didn't enjoy that very much either, I've got to say, into the final chicane. Steinbratton keeps the place, and after that, now, tempers will be raised. He'll be even more desperate to beat his former employers.
Yeah. One thing I know, he's generating content for the community and for everybody, and even us for broadcasters, so I'm not going to complain. We get some late race drama.
And so Steinbratton will have cleared the slowdown, although he didn't gain too much by cutting across the chicane, to be honest, and again, he didn't have much choice. So I won't be too much worry about that. It seems, though, remarkably, that even after hitting each other much harder than Redline and Marlon made contact, these two don't have damage, so Marlon would be even more incensed about that.
Yeah. They're going to be fuming afterwards, and they're going to have some words with Johnny after this race for sure. The gap is already to 5 seconds, and here's the thing, Bonga is just did a 2:18 the last lap. I don't know if there's that counted for something, slow down or anything, but Kakinen is actually catching up on that PGZ car.
Yeah, I can believe that. Absolutely. 7 seconds. He might run out of time with only 4 minutes to go and 3 laps to go for these guys. 2 laps at the line for Team Redline in their 1 and 2. But at the moment, they are continuing as it is. So, 2 laps to go for the leaders. 3 laps for the battle in the main part of your screen right now between Oliver Steinbratton and Johnny Vecchio, who have already come into contact this afternoon. Just a moment ago, down at the bus stop chicane, they clashed, and they may well do again now, up the top of the hill at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Steinbratton moves to defend early. Vecchio forced to the outside in the way that he overtook Bonga earlier on in the day. He brakes a little bit earlier though, doesn't try to go around the outside of the Ferrari this time.
Yeah, and Steinbratton kind of forced them into a very awkward inline on the entry of Lecombe, so forced the Redline driver to actually back off from the potential overtake on the second leg. And you can even see, I don't know if that was warranted enough for Johnny to get a slowdown, but you can see he's starting to break away quite considerably within these sequence of corners that we just saw.
It looks like Steinbratton, with just a bit of an advantage now, might well have the place. Looks like Vecchio just struggling in this middle sector this time round as the sun's come out and the temperature's unchanged, despite looks like we are going to finish in the sunshine finally. At the bottom of your screen, there's only a lap and a half to go. Luke McEwen leading Chris Lullum around. Lullum, who won this race last year, alongside Florian Lebigra, Max Verstappen and Diogo Pinto. Luke McEwen looking to win his first 24-hour race in Redline colours, because as I've been reminded, he did win Watkins Glen the 6-hour. But will he have to fight for it on the last lap with the teammates? It's been an extraordinarily executed race for these guys. Team Redline have worked together for 24 hours. The perfect 24-hour race. Is it going to end in a teammate battle for the win?
We all want to see that, but nevertheless, it doesn't take away the brilliance of these two cars basically collaborating from start to finish of this race. You want to talk about it. They go into the final corners, Ewan. Final lap underway.
The white flag will be in hand. One more lap of the Falken Tyre 24 Hours of Spa in 2025, and it is nose to tail for the race win. BMW M Team Redline have dominated. Dominance in a style we've never seen before in a 24-hour event on iRacing. This race into its 11th edition, coming to its most dramatic conclusion. Down in towards Eau Rouge, Luke McEwen, the new signing for Team Redline, looking to hold on from Chris Lullum, who's been there for 4 years, and looking to do it second year in a row. Have the teammates been given the license to attack one another on the last lap of the Spa 24? It looks like they might well have done. McEwen weaves left and right. Lullum not close enough. He looks to the inside into Lecombe. He can't do it. McEwen's wide though. And here comes Lullum into the second part. There's contact just about between the two BMWs. Wider into Mawadi. He's going to have the run down the hill, but he's not close enough. They are going to fight on the last lap. The teammates have been given the freedom to decide it amongst themselves.
He looked for it, couldn't get it, but there's still a few more corners for him to actually look at. I don't know if they're going to try that on the final corner, but that's the way it's actually prompting it to be. You know, maybe a potential final overtake or attempt for an overtake on the final corner, which is the bus stop.
He's been so close on the Kemmel Straight as Lullum every single time, other than the last lap, pretty much. And that might have cost him here, unless he gets a really good run in this final part of the middle sector. Time has officially elapsed. 24 hours officially over. But there is their one last story here, with Luke McEwen leading Chris Lullum 0.3 of a second. Lullum's got a good run here. There might well be a last lap change, a last corner change maybe, as Chris Lullum closes in towards Blonsomont. They're not going to be side by side through the fast left-hander, but they might be by the time they're into the bus stop chicane. Into the braking zone they go. Lullum outside line. He's got up the inside of the final corner. McEwen tries to hold him off. Side by side, the teammates are, and he's got it. But it's a comeback from McEwen. It's going to be a photo finish at the end of 24 hours. Who's going to get there? Oh my goodness! 11 thousandths of a second. It's Chris Lullum who wins for the second year in a row. The Spa 24 hours. The separated by a photo finish between Team Redline. Unbelievable. Heartbreak for the 21 team. Elation for the 20 team, and Chris Lulham's won the race.
What a move from Lulham on the final corner, Ewan. I honestly thought that McEwen was going to get him back at the exit of the corner, but I think there was a little bit of extra grip that Lulham found on the exit of the corner. Even though he got an off track, he's still a resource, like I said before, and what a finish. Only 11,000ths of a second separated them. Lulham not only winning in real life, but also winning in the virtual race as well. Congratulations. What a race.
So anybody's done that double before? In 1 year.
Can you count Max Verstappen, maybe?
Well, yeah, maybe in the future we might see that done. But yeah, that's a remarkable finish. One of the finishes to go down in history as far as iRacing special events go. Chris Lulham outside into the final bus stop chicane. McEwen tried the cutback and it was a very good attempt, but the run to the line just wasn't quite enough. 1/100th of a second, the gap at the line. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Johnny Vecchio's even closer here to Steinbrand, who would like to finish 7th. This has been our primary entertainment for the last moments of the race.
Oh, he's going to send it. He's going to send it.
He is absolutely going to send it. Vecchio to the outside. He makes more side-to-side contact into a corner. He's on the inside for the final corner, and there's contact. That was always going to happen. Johnny Vecchio dumps Ollie Steinbrand to the outside of the road, and he will finish 7th, but he won't finish with many friends. Redline cap off the day with 7th in number 22. It's a 1-2 they'll be most proud of. Steinbrand will be unhappy in the final corner of the 24 hours. He is dumped to the outside and finishes 8th.
I know it. I know some people are gonna be displeased. I know maybe some reports might be coming in, and here we go. What's Steinbrand's gonna do? Just not really. Don't retribute. Just don't do that.
No, they will not. It looks like. There is number 20 though. The race winners in the Spa 24 for the second year in a row, by the way. Chris Lulham takes the victory. This time around, he's able to get the pleasure of taking the car across the line. He got a small injury at the end of last year's race. He can thoroughly enjoy this one in 2025 in the closest ever finish in an iRacing 24-hour race. Unbelievable. Fantastic racing. Although it was between the teammates, it was a great finish.
And fair racing, most of it, right? Everybody gave themselves room. Were very clean. Of course, they don't want to destroy their cars on the final corner and pull a Toyota 2016 Spa All Roman finish. But this is well learned for Lulham. What a year, man! You know, pulling the double whammy at Spa, winning the real thing, and also winning the virtual one, as we see the results here, Ewan.
It's Chris Lulham who takes the victory. Another BMW 1-2 as they win the race at BMW, that is, for the 4th time in 5 years. Alexander Spets finishes in 3rd. And that's the best result for the Ferrari 296 in its history as Drago Racing seal a podium. Coanda Esports finished the best of the Porsches in 4th ahead of Grid & Go, who finished 5th. Drago Racing's late pit lane penalty for speeding cost them a couple of places. Johnny Vecchio's questionable driving in the final hour gets him to 7th. And Ola Steinbrand, Ruben Bonga and Oskari Karkkonen. 11th place went to the first of the Apex Racing Team cars ahead of 2 semi-fights. Alexander Davidson just beat Malte Janssen for 14th in that battle towards the end. 3 laps down for Alexander Peregrina, Pablo Espes, Elliot Veron and Martin Siratek, with Juan Manuel Gomez rounding out the top 20 for SDR Sim Racing. Verassi has finished next 5 laps down, and Nicholas Last, who lost that top 20 in the final hour. Omar Akan finishes 23rd, and Jeremy Labier, and Juan Lemus, who finishes 25th. James Burmey, the last driver, 5 laps down, ahead of Patrick Hingston, Michael Romanidis, Jerome Fisher and Baujas Pala. 31st for Alexander Teeb with 7 laps down, Augustin Bernier 32nd, Kevin Harris and Baptiste Jimenez also 7 laps down, with the final finishes Zenith Esports, Line GP and Maniti Racing White. Gregory Hosen retired about 3 laps from the finish. Effect Simulation Sim RC rounded out the top 40 after retiring a long time ago. The final half of the race was empty of retirements, but towards the start there were certainly plenty. DR Hops Custom, BS Competition, Veracious, Fiercely Forward, Veloce, Thrustmaster, Scuderia, Volpe, Grid & Go, Williams Gaming Club, WSR Esports, Impulse Racing were among them, as well as Williams Sim Racing, Steel Blast, Falken Sim Racing, Soul Prep Precision Racing, Williams Sim Racing Academy, BS Plus Demon, Williams Sim Racing Academy, 2 Grid & Goes and a Fiercely Forward, all caught up at the start. Well, what a finish that was, Lorenzo. The closest ever finish to an iRacing 24-hour race, and we will do well to ever get a better finish than that. It was among 2 teammates, but it was a great finish to a 24-hour race that, for them, was completely without error.
Yeah, perfection. I think that's the best way you can describe it, right? No mistakes from start to finish, no drama whatsoever, except for Bonito, who had that disconnect so long into the race, and then you saw the 22 come back. But let's not take it away. The job they done was close to perfection. I think I could count with my fingers seeing that much of a perfection of being done by drivers in teams throughout the special events in iRacing. I know it's our final 24-hour event in iRacing, but it's not our final special event. We're going to be back soon. Which would be the next one would be the Brickyard, but the next one, Road, is going to be the race for the Curie on August 13th. But it's been a great event, Ewan. Can't wait to see the next few ones coming up.
Absolutely. If you enjoy this type of racing, you have to wait only 4 weeks when we'll be back for the Portimao 1,000 kilometres. That will be a multi-class event, as will the Indy 6-hour. Bathurst 1000, a bit more sports car racing before the Petit Le Mans in October, ending the sports car season with the Suzuka 1000 Ks in November. Between now and then, though, at the end of the month, we've got the Brickyard 400 and the Knoxville Nationals just on the other side of August, as well as the Crandon Championship in the start of August, at the end of August rather, as well. So if you like other types of racing and you want to try loads of different things in a great field, you certainly can. In a split that suits your iRating and your ability, you will certainly find a race for you. Well, what a Spa 24 hours it has been. Team Redline dominate. They said that a perfect 24-hour race wasn't possible. Well, we've just seen one for the number 20 and the number 21. They finished 1 and 2 with Chris Lullen beating Luke McEwen in the end by 13 thousandths of a second. iRacing's closest ever Spa 24 hours, and indeed 24 hours race overall. We'll leave you with the vision of that last lap and that great battle to the line between those 2 great drivers. But for now, we'll sign off here from RaceSpotTV. I've been Neil O'Leary alongside Lorenzo Bondo with Hugo Luis behind the cameras at the end. A big thanks to all the other commentators and producers who have made these last 24 hours possible. Until we see you at another special event very soon, it's goodbye for now.